Brawlhalla.
Welcome to the Brawlhalla North American Pro Series, a month-long event featuring the best players North America has to offer, competing for glory and a massive prize pool. North America is split up into 6 major regions, comprised of the top 3 players in their regions and 3 drafted members. Each week, those teams will compete in a best-of-3 competition, head-to-head against another team. The first round is a best-of-3 crew battle. In player rotation crew battles, both teams send in 1 player each for a 1v1 fight. After a player is defeated, the next player on that team is immediately sent in to continue the fight. No stock resets or health resets go to the surviving player. This continues until 1 team remains, and that team is awarded the victory. The team that wins 2 out of 3 crew battles wins the round. The second round is a best-of-5 2v2. Each region sends in their designated 2v2 team to compete. They play a best-of-5 fights, with the winning team being awarded the round. The final round is the tiebreaker. If 2 competing regions each win 1 round, then they go into a tiebreaker where they send 1 player from each side to compete in a best-of-3 head-to-head against the other. At the end of the month, the top 2 regions will compete in the Pro Series Final, where the stakes are higher and so is the scale.
It's day 4 of the North American Pro Series, and we are just going to further cement each of these teams' positions in the Pro Series. I'm Duke, and with me is Sparky to talk about day 4. Sparky, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm really looking forward to this day of crew battle. We've already made it through week 1. Like you said, day 4, it goes from Saturday to Sunday. So week 1 was day 1 and 2. Yesterday, of course, was fantastic, was day 3. I'm still reeling from Boomy versus Stingray. That one specifically drove some conversation on the timeline, and I was there to see all of it and enjoyed all of it. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it was exciting. It's been fun. The first week that happened last week, it was pretty straight cut. You know, it was a lot of the top seed versus the bottom seed, kind of expected results. Then we go into yesterday, and we had some pretty close ones. We had 2nd seed versus 3rd seed, upset. Had 5th seed versus 6th seed, upset. So today, I'm expecting maybe some potential upsets, or at the very least, some very exciting things to happen. I do want to talk about this a little bit before we get into the first match of the day. We have 3 very exciting matches going on. We're going to have Northeast going up against MDVA. Both of these teams have not lost in the Pro Series, so it's going to be crazy to see who's going to win, the top seed or the number 3 seed who got the upset. Also playing, we've got Midwest versus the West. Midwest currently sitting at 2-1, going to be going up against the West 1-2. And if the West win, that's going to tie it up between these 2 teams 2-2, which means that the West, the bottom seed in the North American Pro Series, has a very real chance of going into the finals next weekend. And then finally, Canada versus Team South. Neither of these teams have won a set. You can see that very far stat column. Neither of these teams have won a set, so both of these teams are going to be desperately fighting to not go home with an 0-4 to end the weekend.
Yeah, last year in the Pro Series, the sort of Western team with Western players, even though it wasn't quite organized by region, they were the ones that kind of went all the way through the Pro Series without scoring anything. They came back with a vengeance this year and definitely impressed me. You and I definitely had private conversation while things were going on as we were viewers watching Team West, and I thought they had no shot this year. They usually play on US West servers. This is US East servers, so half of their team is at a reasonable disadvantage just by the way the internet works. So the fact that they've been able to come out and do as well as they have so far, not even counting what they're going to continue to do, I am extremely impressed by Team West.
Yeah, they did a really good job. Of course, as the bottom seed, they got some draft priority, and that pickup of Luna showing some good work yesterday. But today, we're going to be starting it off with the Northeast versus MDVA. Like I said earlier, both of these teams currently 3-0. Sparky, give me some info as we get ready to go into the crew battles portion.
These are two really interesting teams. They have two sort of different ideologies on how they want to organize their team specifically for today. I mean, Northeast going into this, it's like an entire team of powerhouses. You have Sandstorm, you have Santi, you have Snowy, you have Simba, all extremely well-known names. And then you have Zinker, who if you just look at the raw PR of this team, he's definitely one of the lower ones. Of course, they have the alternate Dark Ghoul as well, but compared to just the regular teams, Zinker almost seems out of place here until you saw him come out of the gate and start taking down people who are considerably higher ranked in terms of PR. He has held his own, but I think he's going to have a really tough time today because you have Northeast backloading their team. You have Sandstorm there, and I think he's going to get the most playtime he's had so far today because Zinker is going to have to go up against Stingray right out of the gate. Tell me about this crew battle lineup for MDVA.
Yeah, so MDVA, they're sticking with their lineup from yesterday. They had to lock these all in on Monday, and they had the strategy. They're going to front load the team, kind of the opposite of what the Northeast strategy is. So they're putting what they believe is their strongest 1v1er front and center for the crew battles, trying to get a nice early lead, similar to what we saw from the Midwest. Stingray's going to lead it off. Then, interestingly enough, they're putting Remy in the 1v1s. They're breaking up this really strong 2v2 team of Remy and Cody Travis and maybe trying to change up what they're doing to have a little bit of a stronger 1v1 showing. Maybe they weren't happy with how Little Cat played, but they had to lock these in before yesterday where Little Cat popped off in the crew battles. So, I don't know. Other than that, I'm Llama is going to be taking up the rear for MDVA, which is going to be really tough because that means there's a real possibility of I'm Llama, someone who they had to draft, I think, last on their team, going to be going up against Sandstorm, the #1 North American. But we're getting ready to go into the crew battles between Northeast and MDVA. It's going to be a best of 3. The team that wins 2 crew battles is going to get the point for the crew battles section.
Yeah, so you have two very different organized teams. One is front-loaded, one is back-loaded. So Northeast team is sort of in ascending order of players. You have Zinker, then you have Snowy, then you have the king himself, Sandstorm. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have the strongest player at the front with Stingray, and then you have the rest of the team sort of going down a little bit in terms of pedigree, in terms of PR, in terms of history with Remy and then I'm Llama. Still, of course, all 3 very good players, but we're getting into this one. Zinker's coming out of the gate, gets the first weapon, and we see him putting some pressure onto Stingray.
Yeah, Stingray's struggling a little bit to get his footing on this one. This is the first match of the day, so maybe Stingray wasn't quite warmed up, but he is very good. We were seeing him play a really good defensive style against Boomy yesterday. Was able to get a lot of solid punishes. We'll see how it works out against Zinker. He's got a lot more range with his bow downlight than Boomy had yesterday.
Going to swap over his weapon onto the sword. Stingray's been sticking with these Katars. Played really well with both weapons yesterday in that 1v1 against Boomy. Zinker's taking the lead here, but Stingray is such a strong player that, I mean, this is game 1. So this can set the pace, but it also can kind of mean absolutely nothing as we get into game 2 and possibly the game 3. D-Light recovery. Ooh. Zinker's coming out the gate. Homie has maybe 60, 70 damage on this stock, and he's already taken out Stingray.
Yeah, Stingray looking rough right now, but at the same time, I'm like thinking about the stats of MDVA. They haven't won a crew battle, so maybe this is just part of their strategy. And yesterday, Stingray was getting waxed by Boomy in the crew battles. They were starting it off for both their teams, and then went into the tiebreaker, and Stingray did absolutely fine. He won it out for the team. So maybe this is part of the strategy of MDVA is Stingray looks like he's going to start it off for the team and then kind of struggles in the crew battles? I don't know.
That is something really important to know. No. Oh my gosh, dude. Zinker on another level today. I said this team was an ascending order, but these stairs are so high you cannot physically access them without a helicopter, without an elevator, without a rope of some kind. This scares me for the rest of this Northeast team.
Yeah, this is really, really rough for MDVA. Northeast looking so incredibly strong. Like, MDVA's strategy, in theory, was to get a huge early lead. Take out Zinker, maybe put some damage out onto Snowy so that you have a 2-man advantage going up against Sandstorm. And right now, Stingray hasn't even gotten a stock off of Zinker.
So one thing important that you mentioned was that MDVA have not won a crew battle. This is an important starting position for them to finally take out that first stock on this Koji from Zinker, but they haven't won a single crew battle. That means they've had to rely on the 2v2 and then the tiebreaker clutch to take these victories that they've gotten so far. And now they've changed their 2v2 team and changed their crew battle because of that. So they're sort of trying to change up the formula, maybe giving them a better chance in a crew battle, but it might not even come to that because Zinker is a master here.
Yeah, Zinker looking so incredibly strong. You talked about how Zinker was the last pick for the Northeast, but he was also one of the most slept on picks in the region. Zinker, so incredibly strong, holding his own against, again, this is Stingray. He was one of the core members of MDVA. Like, he is a top PR player. He is an absolutely dominant powerhouse player. And Zinker two-stocked him.
This is why I like to look at PR a lot just for the raw numbers of things, but this is where PR doesn't always tell the entire story. Like Stingray for a while was a player that just had to DQ from a lot of different tournaments. When he showed up, he was incredible, but he had to DQ a lot, so he wasn't getting all of those points and everything to be up quite at the top. So PR tells a story. It is a framework to look at, but it is definitely not the whole story. As Zinker is still coming in, this PR is a little bit outdated because it doesn't include anything from Parsec. But 37 PR coming into this. I expect that to change heavily after the next tournament that is worth PR.
Yeah, this is so good for Zinker. I know a lot of people watching the Pro Series are starting to love Zinker with his amazing Koji play. Nice punish from Remy, though. Just outspacing the side sig from Zinker, and he's going to get the D-Light recovery. But, man, Remy already bleeding out here, and Zinker looking like he could go up +1, trading 4 for 3.
So I wonder if one of the things that helped Zinker as much as it did against Stingray earlier was like yesterday when Stingray was facing Boomy, a lot of the damage that Stingray got was just off of punishes. Boomy would throw out a move, and then there would be a punish from Stingray. Being such a high dex legend like Koji could help by lowering those windows of punishment that Stingray can capitalize off of. That plus the raw pressure that he's putting out. He might even get a stock here from Remy too.
Yeah, all he needs is a dare and that'll do it. Zinker guaranteed to go +1, trading out extra. That's so good for the Northeast. Northeast is looking so incredibly strong. And I'm Llama, he's got to be sweating because he's not even coming in with that characteristic pick. He doesn't have the Thatch. Instead, he's going to be coming in with the Caspian to try to take out maybe 6 stocks off of the Northeast.
So many unanswered hits coming out from Zinker. Could we get the Zinker 5 stock today? Imagine!
5, maybe even 6, depending on how he's playing. Ooh, just over the down sig from Remy. D-Light goes for the Nair. Interesting option there. Remy not in the red, so likely D-Light Dare would have been the play, but Remy gets the D-Light recovery. Okay, stopping the momentum of Zinker, but now comes Snowy, who also popped off yesterday in the Northeast crew battles.
Snowy coming in here. First weapon is going to be his axe. Hasn't found a hit yet. Already missed many hits and got punished on one of those.
A little bit of feeling out period here for Snowy and Remy as they're going for relatively safe options. You're seeing Snowy go for like these jump air attacks, just trying to hit something big. There's a gravity cancel side sig to launch Remy, but doesn't even put him off screen.
I was watching some Rayman stuff yesterday, and I don't know if Rayman specifically does that slide on the axe, but that's a Barbara thing. Like,
yeah.
She does that in her announcement trailer. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's a direct reference to her, but a nice side air will be a reference to the wall for Remy as he's going to be coming down to the final stock here. And again, Snowy only in the orange. This is going to be tough for MDVA.
Finding some more hits here. Remy on his final stock, hoping he can at least get this first stock from Snowy. I can't believe that ground pound hit.
Yeah, that it kind of opened itself up. It like triggered on the soft platform. Nice side sig, launches Snowy, but again, Snowy's got these side airs. He's gonna fall to the down air of Remy, and now Remy swapping weapons. Nope, wants the bow. A little bit safer.
Gonna let him put some distance between himself and Snowy's Rayman. Ooh, he's nailing those side six. He must have been loving a while ago when that buff came out.
Oh,
I know I was happy with it. Dude, he is nailing those.
It's a fun sig to use. Like, people who don't main Rayman like to use it just because it's fun to use, but people who main Rayman are just happy to use it.
Let's see what I'm Llama can do here. This is, his team put him in a really tough spot. Northeast really came out of the gate here. Game 1, heavily in their favor so far. 5 stocks to 3.
Yeah, Northeast, they're playing for the dub, you know what I mean? Like, they're currently 3-0 in the Pro Series. A win here puts them 1 set away. If they win this in the 2s or the tiebreaker, then they are basically guaranteed in the finals. The best you can do for the Pro Series is a 5-0, and they're currently sitting at 3. Snowy with a big down sig puts Llama onto his second stock. He's got 2 to work against the 5 of the Northeast.
Now, I was almost debating whether or not this was a Caspian skin, because I thought it was, but then I realized, hey, we're seeing Caspian here. That's not a normal thing we see. That's not even the top 2 characters level-wise for I'm Llama. First character is Thatch, second one is Asuri. This Caspian is coming in level 50, but we're seeing a Caspian here in the Pro Series.
Definitely an interesting pick. I know people like Katars. They like the gauntlets, very string-heavy weapons. And it might be a direct response. Like, obviously, we were talking about it when we're getting into this, that Llama was very likely to run up against Sandstorm. So it might have been a counter pick to the very obvious Volkov. But right now, he has to get to that. He has to get through this Rayman of Snowy. Just off the mark with the down signature. Llama going to hold on to the stock for a little while longer. Nice recovery. Will put Snowy onto his final stock.
Coming back here, weapon spawn comes in. Oh, he immediately wakes up with that fist. Didn't even charge it whatsoever. Didn't need the full length of it. He just came right out as fast as he could, picking up that weapon and throwing out the sig, hoping to get the immediate answer back so they can be even. Gravity cancel downlight into the recovery is going to be the option. Throwing away the axe. Sticking with the gauntlets. You see him ground pounded on stage. He also gets that weapon as well. Going to still be with the gauntlets.
Yeah, just Snowy pulling up big for the Northeast, putting out so much damage onto the MDVA team, and Snowy's going to continue it. The slide, or sorry, not the slide, the dash cancel off the soft platform into the down air. Good movement from Snowy.
I'm Llama's Caspian really not finding any hits here. That was the first one in quite a while. Oh, and he's taking even more damage here. The recovery comes out off the mark, dares into the platform. You see the down sig come out. Not sure if that was just a warning or hoping I'm Llama would be into it. Llama now in the red. This is looking like curtains here for this team.
Yo, but imagine if I'm Llama took the stock off Snowy and then 3 stock to the world champ.
I would have to imagine that, because that is not reality. And there is a very low chance for that to happen. Look at Snowy, 829 damage. Zinker, 944 damage. I said going into this that this was likely to be the most playtime Sandstorm has seen in the crew battles. Unless something changes game 2. Ooh, that was a bad call.
Yeah, a little bit of the exact opposite of what you said, as Sandstorm didn't even have to play, taking a page out of the Wrenched playbook, as he just got to watch and cheer on his team, which is always a nice spot to be in. Now it is on Team MDVA to make the adjust. Looks like we're already seeing a couple of character swaps, as Stingray has swapped over to the Asuri, maybe? He was hovering it.
Not sure exactly what he changed, because I believe he's still on the same skin. Has the same sword in hand. Maybe he just had to back it out for a second. He is in the default stance.
Okay. Interesting stance pick. Usually maybe minus dex. Actually, is 6 dex good for Katars? That's the only reason I would do it, because I don't think it does anything for sword.
I don't know the frame data on specifically 6. 9 that we see peer pick on the Lin Fei gives you Dare Inlight, Dare D-Light, but that's of course at a mighty number 9 amount of stock, dexterity.
Yeah, I think Sidelight D-Light used to be on 6, but that might not be true anymore. There's a lot of balance changes that happened in Unfortunately, I forgot all that frame data. But either way, we do see the switch to the Asuri, and I'm Llama going to make that switch over to Thatch. Did not like how the Caspian pick worked out. Kind of makes sense. The two people who did under 300 damage are going to switch it up.
So if you're watching out there, you might notice that whenever that map selection screen comes up, they immediately delete so many of those maps before then kind of taking a pause and thinking about what they're going to do. That's because the crew battle game mode gives you a bunch of maps that are not competition tournament viable. So that's why they take all of those out of the fray before then going down to the ones that are viable that they're going to pick from.
Yeah, it gives you the whole pool of all 1v1 maps so that if you're playing at home and you want to do some crew battles with your friends, you have a whole pool to pick from. But for specifically the Pro Series, there's a much smaller pool of maps that they want to play on. Coming into game number 2, though, still in the crew battles section, we've got Stingray versus Zinker, and Stingray's looking a little better with this sword against Zinker.
We're just seeing a lot of good old-fashioned sword stuff going on, just trading hits back and forth. Zinker is a little bit behind in terms of the damage. D-Light Dare recovery, he goes for it. Maybe just a little bit too early. Didn't have enough damage on the stock to get that extended stun time on the down air with the bounce to then pick up that recovery.
That was a really good reaction from Zinker, though. He dashed back on the soft platform. Oh, there's the bounce into the recovery. Zinker doing it to Stingray, and it's like, look, this is how you do it, and there's no soft platform for you to get away on. Zinker gonna pull up the first stock, but it's a little more even than it was in the last crew battle.
D-Light recovery, that's gonna take off the top. If you noticed when Stingray did the D-Light Dare recovery, he hit the D-Light, that was an orange. The Dare turned him red. The recovery would have put him further into the red, but the reason it didn't hit is because there wasn't enough damage on the stock for that to happen. Meanwhile, when Zinker picked it up, Stingray was deep enough in the red that he got the increased bounce and the stun time to then be able to pick up that combo. That is definitely a very damage-centric combo. It has to be at the right damage or you will not hit it true.
Yeah, it can be tricky. Sometimes you have to do the straight recovery. Sometimes you do the jump recovery to get that right position for it. But so far, Stingray on the Katars is adding up the damage on his Zinker. Oh, the dunk! Immediate stock stolen by Stingray with the dunk down, and Zinker's going to come in on his final stock in this crew battle.
Very nice one there. Didn't have to like trap him on the corner and make him use all his recovery options before he could hit that for free. Just snuck it in there nice and quick, grabbing that big dunk. Sword's coming out. He goes for the side light there instead of a gravity cancel D-Light recovery. Hits the recovery but fades out of it just a little bit using the small amount of control you have into that. The force dump didn't come out on the first one, but it did on the second.
Yeah, Stingray was making a very active decision not to pick up the weapon going unarmed. Likely knew that his weapon was primed for the Katars and just wanted to say, okay, I'll just try to get some damage so that next stock I'll come in and have Katars, as opposed to having to like come in, spawn, pick up the sword, throw it away, wait for a weapon spawn.
Still just a little bit behind here. Gets out of the way of that neutral signature. That would have been a big dunk. Wouldn't have immediately directly led to the kill, but would have set up an edge guard situation where Stingray would have had the power position. Could have picked up the stock there. Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was a big three-piece for Stingray. Going to put Zinker closer to that kill percentage. He's got to be careful about this D-Light positioning. Nice neutral light.
Here comes the sword. You saw them just kind of trading blows back and forth. It's now going definitely in the favor of Stingray. He's going to throw away those Katars almost immediately as the weapon spawn comes in so that he has more consistent, more true kill options. I take that back as he goes over to the Katars.
I think he's just weapon denying. Doesn't want to let Zinker get any more damage. He knows that he's got to start preparing for that next matchup against Snowy, but he's first got to get this stock off of Zinker. Katar's going to struggle a little bit. He's going to either need a Sig or he's going to need to get the dodge read for the recovery.
And you saw because Stingray was in orange the entire time on that, he didn't go for the D-Light Dare recovery. Zinker went for the D-Light Dare and then red going down onto the platform for the side light. Going a little bit different this time. Stingray is going to get the wipe onto Zinker, but still, I can't believe Zinker put out this much damage. This could give Snowy the easy cleanup, or we could see Stingray maybe get that pacing that we saw yesterday, really start to slow things down and find fantastic punishes. That's going to be not the most difficult thing in the world to do on this axe with high recovery frames.
Yeah, the fact that Zinker borderline traded out with Stingray, Stingray currently in the red on his final stock here, is just good for the Northeast. Again, MDVA's strategy was to open up Northeast, get an early lead, and right now Stingray gets back onto the stage, just barely.
Stingray's movement right before he got hit with that side air was actually really nice. He was moving very cleanly around. He just happened to go back into Stingray right as, back into Snowy, right as Snowy had already queued up a side air to come out.
You're seeing Stingray really try to just push what little advantage he can get this extra credit. It's going to be hard for him to go +1, but he can get as close to like plus 0.99 if he can.
Seen Stingray be very careful. A lot of sharking going on. Doesn't want to get caught by a side air.
Man, Snowy had him like in such a good position. Like he had so much stage control, but he didn't want to throw out the move. There's the downlight, almost finishes off. That is an axe downlight to potentially knock out.
Ooh, that one did. It's been a long time since I've seen one of those knock out. Pretty solid work from Stingray, though. Put out a decent amount of damage onto Snowy on this stock. Still going to maintain that lead for his team. If Remy can get onto stage, Neutral Light comes out. Fortunately, it's going to send Snowy towards the weapon that Remy wanted to grab, so he's going to be starved a little bit longer. Finally picks that up.
Good movement from Remy. Okay, a little punish from Remy, just the neutral air. Not much you could have done in that position. But man, Snowy's evening up this damage already. Another recovery, and that could be the stock. Remy putting out that ground pound just to try to protect the landing.
You see Remy following up his whiffs with like an immediate attack several times rather than going immediately for the dodge. That way he doesn't burn his dodge, and also he's playing Koji, even though it looks like Michonne, the recovery's going to take him off the top. Coming now onto the second stock, hoping he can take out this stock from Snowy very quickly. He's going to get to the weapon.
Oh, the weapon toss to interrupt the down signature. Remy, you see him fishing for either the startup to the recovery or the recovery itself to try to get this stock off of Snowy, but Snowy's doing such a good job playing around Remy's kill options. All right, Big Sair.
A little bit rough.
Needs to finish it. There it is. Remy with the down air is going to finish it off. Did take a little bit of damage there, but it's definitely doable.
In the top right of your screen, because Stingray's been taken out, you see like the knockout face. It just looks really sad on a Surrey. Like it doesn't look injured or like beaten. It just looks really sad, and that makes me sad. It's just a sad cat.
Well, while you're looking up there at the sad cat, you can also look up and notice that it's in player order, right? So if Remy currently in playing against his opponent Snowy, but if Remy goes down, I'm Llama's coming up next. So he's gonna just for you out there playing crew battles, and you're like, wait, when's my turn? You just look up at top. Remy is behind here, though. Deep red, Snowy with the gauntlets. All he needs is a good recovery. Ooh, that ground pound could have done it as well.
His DC to get back on stage didn't get interrupted this time by a weapon toss from Snowy. Sidelights off stage. Got to be careful with that. He was close to getting hit by that side air.
Yeah, he had to fast fall to get away from that one. You saw him fall real low. You can see Remy's playing far back, wants to play that punish game, wants to just add up this damage. Big ground pound, opportunity here, doesn't hit the weapon toss. D-Light ground pound, Remy stole the stock, and suddenly the MDVA have the lead in the crew battles.
I think he grabbed that one in orange, too.
Nice.
He extended in just the right way. Remy! Oh, my goodness, Remy! This is why they put him in the crew battle.
Out of nowhere, Remy taking 2 stocks in 30 seconds. Now it is 5 stocks versus Sandstorm, but Sandstorm is the world champ, and he's going to get 1 to start it off.
Remy coming in on this final stock. They're even in damage, both of them with 0 damage on this stock. This could be a little bit precarious. You saw the sweat beads coming out. was lacking in a lot of in-air movement options, and Sandstorm is just adding up this damage. Has not been touched yet, and already put out 100+ damage onto Remy.
Yeah, Remy has barely touched Sandstorm. This is looking real rough. Sandstorm was ready for this one. He's like, I can do this. And he's going to hit the end sig before Remy can even put 50 damage onto Sandstorm. And it's all left to I'm Llama in a straight 1v1.
Had the read that Remy was going to stay airborne on that one. Chose the perfect signature for the occasion. I'm Llama now in a very scary spot. A lot of pressure on I'm Llama here. Hasn't really probably felt this pressure quite this much before. Definitely not in tournament.
Yeah, he is likely not run into Sandstorm too often in tournament. Ooh, interesting option there. Sidelight goes for the jump read with a gravity cancel and sig from the Thatch. Some tricky stuff coming out from I'm Llama. Nice pickup from Sandstorm. I'm Llama still able to get back to the stage, but he has been disarmed. He needs that weapon pickup. I'm Llama's unarmed has not been working out for him.
Sandstorm more than happy to stick with the scythe, but he does swap over. Gonna at least deny the weapon from I'm Llama. Oh no, the weapon spawn comes in on the right side of the stage. He hits Sandstorm away, but you see, oh my gosh, all of those axe swings are just right around that weapon spawn. So if I'm Llama tunnel visions and goes for it, he's likely to get hit by any one of these axe moves that'll kill, but it's gonna be the side air. Picks him up, gets the KO.
That slight moment of hesitation from I'm Llama. He saw the weapon spawn on the platform, and the fact that he had to think, do I pick this up now, or do I keep trying to put Sandstorm into hit stun for a safe pickup? And he was caught thinking, got hit by the side air. Does pick up a weapon, could get the stock off Sandstorm. All he needs is this.
Nice.
And that'll be the stock.
Beautiful spot dodge to get through that. Punishes with the D-Light into the recovery for the KO. Gonna use that strength that Thatch has to get the KO off the top, giving him just a little bit more force on it.
Yeah, Thatch, one of the low defense legends, but he trades out all that defense for high strength, dex, and speed.
Okay, Llama definitely showing us something here. Has some good punishes, just good neutral game. You're seeing his movement. I bet Sandstorm's looking for that weapon spawn so he can swap over to the scythe. He hits a nice two-piece, doesn't get the third hit.
It's definitely the comfort weapon of Sandstorm.
Oh no, that's like the worst outcome in that situation. Does get a little bit of damage, doesn't get the full dump of force that's right at the end to send Sandstorm flying, so Sandstorm's able to fast fall down to the platform and grab the weapon spawn, and what is it? It's a scythe.
I mean, he's got all this control. Nice falling side air from I'm Llama. Likely was hoping that was going to be Blasters, but he didn't prime it up correctly. Blasters would have been able to give him the cannonballs, but instead he's got the sword. Has some movement, but that is going to be the downlight from Sandstorm. One stock left, and Northeast takes the crew battles portion.
Now, if Llama was able to get this stock before he switched out his weapons, that would have forced Sandstorm onto an axe as his next pickup. Unfortunately, while I'm Llama was dying and then respawning, Sandstorm was able to prime another scythe. So even if he gets this stock, it's gonna be a scythe next for Sandstorm.
Yeah, the weapon spawn alternating gives you the ability to prime. D-Light
Nice!
recovery, went for the extra there, and I'm Llama's gonna get the stock. Weapon control, primes a second sword to go up against Sandstorm, but like you said, Sandstorm has already primed a scythe of his own, and he'll pick it up right now.
Man, that was a beautiful punish and pickup from Llama to get that stock. That was beautiful. I can't wait to see the clip of that again.
Yeah, that's
Hopefully
a
they'll
tough
slow
pickup.
that one down for me.
He got like the tip of the sword for that one. Nice hits from I'm Llama. Big side sig opportunity. Doesn't want to get too greedy with the offstage. You saw him dash out, dash back. Sandstorm, though, from below has control of the main stage platform.
If Llama gets the victory
no.
here, I don't know if he has enough
a
movement
dodge.
to get back. He has the dodge. We don't see any major initiation from Sandstorm. He wanted to maintain that stage control, so Llama has to recover back into him to get onto the main stage. Also has the weapon here. If Llama gets the victory here, that'll take it to game 3, giving them their best shot at winning a crew battle that they've had so far in Pro Series. How is he still living? How is he still living?
That'll
dead.
do it. I'm Llama gets taken out. The slight misstep. He thought it was blasters. You saw the down sig from perfect cannonball range, but it was a sword, so no balls came out. And Sandstorm closes out the crew battles for the Northeast, but you know what? That's all according to plan for MDVA. They haven't won a crew battle yet, and they're going to keep that momentum going.
So my original call that Sandstorm was going to have to actually play here and play more than just to pick up 120 damage was very true here in Game 2. Look at the damage he did. It's 872. Definitely the most on his team. Zinker doing 562, Snowy doing 544. There you're seeing D-Light Dare recovery. That was that beautiful KO on that pickup. Dodging through the weapon toss, gets the D-Light, hits the Dare, and the recovery. What a beautiful stop.
Man, that was so close to going the way of I Am Llama. What an upset that would have been. Put him into Game 3 of the crew battles, but Sandstorm just had the range on the downlight to catch the jump, and that means that the Northeast get 1. We are now going to be shifting into the 2v2 portion where we'll play a best of 5. If the Northeast win the 2v2s, then they close it out 4-0 for the weekend. Otherwise, we go to the tiebreaker where it is going to be none other than Sandstorm versus Stingray, and we have not seen them fight today.
So you have two interesting dichotomies here coming into the 2v2. You have Lil Cap and Cody Travis. Individually, they've achieved like the highest, almost the highest highs of Brawlhalla, coming out winning numerous tournaments in the past, but they haven't been a team that really played together. Cap's played with Phazon, he's played with iThrow, Cody's played with Phazon and several other players as well. He used to play with Issadrew back in the day. And then you have Simba and Santi, who haven't achieved quite as much as Cody and Cap have, but they're still one of the best teams in North America, likely one of the best teams in the world, and they've been playing together forever. So you have two very highly ranked individuals and then two players who are actually a team but aren't quite as highly ranked or have been highly ranked in the past.
I mean, Simba and Santi have had some highs, though.
Yes, absolutely.
It is worth pointing out, you know, they've won over teams like Boomy and Sandstorm, one of the most well-known and well-established North American teams. And like you said, they're one of the most history teams in all of the North American 2v2 scene, let alone the Pro Series. It is a miracle that Northeast was able to pick up Simba to play alongside Santi. Like, that was such a huge pick, first round of the draft. But they're going to be going up against Cody Travis and Lil Cap, like you said. Hopefully, maybe that synergy with Phazon, like a little bit of osmosis, right? Like, Phazon is that link between Lil Cap and Cody Travis. If we're playing, like, 7 degrees of separation, it's only 1. So we'll see how well that works out for Cody Travis and Lil Cap versus Simba and Santi.
I still like whoever let them get away with Simba and Santi.
Yeah.
That's just... Who let them do it?
Which one of these other regions was like, we could deny Simba Santi, but what if we just picked up someone else? But either way, we're getting right on into the 2v2s. No surprise on Team Lil Captain Cody Travis for the Northeast, going to be going in with their mains. On the other side, interesting that Santi opting for the Tigress. We've seen a lot of swaps come out from Simba and Santi. There were the Val picks, there were the Hattori picks, and now it seems like Santi feeling the Tigress right now.
Now coming into this, going to be going up against that Cody Travis and the Trucker Bodvar that we've seen a million times over. But this is where Cody and Lil Cap have to come out on top. Every single match that MDVA has played has always led to the tiebreaker. They won 0 crew battles and they've won 3 2v2s so far. So they've had to rely on that clutch. Now before, like yesterday, it was Remy and Cody Travis. Now it's going to be Captain Cody. So they're going to have to get up to speed very quickly, and it's working so far. Like, there's a lot of damage on this first stock of Santis.
Yeah, I don't know the reason for this pick, but there has to be a very clear reason why they opted to have Captain Cody over Remy and Cody. And so far, it's doing pretty well. The hammer from Lil Cap, going to be a nice tool to get these knockouts, maybe something that they felt they were struggling with in their previous 2v2s. D-Light side air, nice big neutral sig, and Lil Captain Cody going to get the first stocks.
Now keep in mind, we mentioned this before, but I just want to mention it again, is these lineups have been set ahead of time. I don't know exactly when they're set, but let's just say, for example, they're set on like Wednesday, and they have to say,
Monday.
okay, on Saturday, we're playing this crew battle, this team. On Sunday, we're playing this crew battle and this team. They don't get to change these things in between the days. So all of this was set ahead of time, which is why you mentioned that there is certainly a good reason for why they swapped Remy and Lil Cap into these positions.
Yeah, it was a very specific counter pick against the Santi Simba combination. Big pick up with a neutral sig from Lil Cap. Gonna add a lot of damage onto Santi, and the down sig will finish it off. Weapon toss. Almost catching Lil Cap. A little bit of a scary axe toss on that one. Nice punish.
Cap knew when it was coming in. Nice punish there. He was able to dodge through that weapon toss pretty easily and was able to get back to the platform safely. Nice pickup from Lil Cap. He is incredible today.
What a read from Lil Cap. The GC downlight to call out the N-Sig from Simba, and he is going to get that knockout. This is why Lil Cap is just in the heads of Simba and Santi.
And they just can't. They can't KO Cody here. How many recoveries are we going to see hit before Cody dies? Oh, no! Doesn't get the dump on the end of that to get the full strength off the top. That's going to take out Cody. Now, Cody is certainly behind in terms of the amount of damage he's taken so far compared to Lil Cap, who still has 2 stocks still in the yellow. But Cody's on pace with the red team.
Cody doing
the yellow team.
Pretty good. MDVA versus Northeast. Lil Cap gonna go reach for that side sig, but good spacing from Simba and Santi. Northeast is on its final stocks here with Simba and Santi. They have to get this stock off of Lil Cap so that everyone can be on their final stocks. There it is. Nice recovery. Can't get Cody caught up for the death sandwich.
Cody has the axe in hand, gonna be looking to swing, get this stock likely off of Santi. Unfortunately, that soft platform is gonna take away some of the momentum.
Nice dodge through from Santi. Knows he needs to extend this stock. The recovery comes out. Santi going for the edge guard. Lil Cap able to dodge through the ground pound.
Santi is likely the target of this team. Oh, does he get the kill off the top? He does, that's huge!
And now Lil Cap has to 1v2. Like you said, Santi was the target, but so was Cody Travis. Santi just dives in. Oh, able to avoid it. Okay, 1v1. Simba with the stage control. Good dodge out.
Cap is not able to punish that second sidelight that came out. Gravity canceled. It's the sidelight. Goes for the read the other direction with the turnaround recovery. Cap was just a little bit too high. What is he doing?
Dude, that's a capped edge guard. He goes under and goes for the recovery from below. Like, that is a stereotypical Lil Cap's edge guard. D-Light, nothing! Now's not the time for that, Lil Cap.
That is also a stereotypical Lil Cap move. Oh no, it's going to take him out. They get the victory. That's going to be game 1. Going the way of Simba and Santi. Cap, big boy Cap, putting out 706 damage. Also took 650. That's like 215 damage per stock that he was able to take and not die. Compare that to Cody Travis. Cap was much more efficient in terms of damage taken, despite being at a much lower defense.
Yeah, Cap did a lot there, and I think part of that is like Cody Travis just disappeared on the second stock. He kind of just like, that one got lost to time, came back in his third stock and was trying to play again, but at that point he was a little bit behind at least his teammate. All right, both of them already going to the outside.
Coming into game 2 here on the exact same map. We see both teams split. Now Cap is the first one to rotate over. Oh, this is going to be bad.
That's a lot. At the very least, it's damage, and Cody's adding more onto his teammate. MDVA needs to win this bet. Oh, Cody! All right, never mind. He's just going to get that N-Sig onto Santi.
And that's the thing that's really scary. Like, you see all the damage that's on Lil Cap right now, so you're thinking Simba and Santi are going to be like, okay, he's our target, we're going to take him out. if they focus on that too much, Cody's just going to come in and start murking fools.
He's so good when he gets free runway and just starts putting out all this damage, chunking on everyone, launch Simba to the outside. But again, they're kind of just playing their sides, right? Cody's going to be the first one to break the line, gets in with the ground pound. Follow up? No, not able to follow up off of Little Cap's D-Light recovery.
Good job from Lil Cap to pull out of that D-Light. Didn't immediately go for the recovery because he hit Cody with the D-Light.
Checkmate.
Then did the recovery delayed, was able to hit a member of the other team. Cody's going to get taken out. Still definitely a lead in favor of Lil Cap and Cody Travis.
Yeah, but it's not a massive lead, and they even had a lead in the last one, so they can't start resting just yet on this match. Santi likely the target of Team MDVA, but they need to get this stock.
There's so much damage on Santi right now.
It looks like MDVA is trying to set up for something. You see the way Cody's really fishing for those blasters downlights and Lil Cap trying to hit the neutral light follow-up. Might have a practice team combo.
Now, I know on Cody's YouTube channel, I believe, he has like 8 or 9 different videos of different team combos, and they're all named after something silly. Like this is the this is the BMW X5 team combo. This is the #2 at Arby's team combo.
He does have a lot.
I don't know if they're setting those up or what.
The real question is Little Cap a subscriber? Does he know all of the call-outs? Is he ready for all of them? But so far, Team MDVA doing pretty all right. They are in kill percent, and there's the D-Light ground pound weapon toss to guarantee it from Simba. And suddenly, it's still doable for the Northeast.
Lil Cap dodging out of the way that ground pound that came in from Santi that would have certainly ended the stock. He's actually going to interrupt that recovery as well. Out came the down air from Cody Travis. The side signature, they pick up some more damage. Even grab both members of Simba and Santi with that down air. Cody Travis putting out some good damage here. Lil Cap still surviving. Cody is acting like the wall that will protect Lil Cap. Not sure what the response there from Lil Cap was. He does make up for it by grabbing the stomp side air to get the KO. But unfortunately, Cody is going to take him out with that down signature as Capped walks right into it. They likely have this game in the bag, going to tie up the set here in this best of 5.
A little bit of slop from MDVA, but so far it is working out just fine. Another down light from Cody, and that will be the stock. Going to tie it up 1 apiece for MDVA in the Northeast.
And this time we see damage kind of go the exact opposite for Lil Cap and Cody Travis of Team MDVA. You see Lil Cap picking up 382 damage and Cody picking up a mighty 726. He also picked up 4 KOs in that one. So you have both members of the team showing their ability to carry.
They can both put out some big numbers against this team of Simba and Santi. And you're seeing the swap come out from Santi. Very reminiscent of what happened with Northeast versus, I want to say, West, where they weren't doing so. No, it was against Canada, where they were struggling, and Santi opted to switch to the Bode Bar in response to iThrow's Bode Bar.
Now we are going to see him come in, flexing that Collector's Edition skin over the Trucker Bode Bar of Lil Cap. Also coming in with the Strength Stance. Make him hit a little bit harder. He's going to do a little bit more damage per move.
Cody Travis gets to pick up a weapon. Nice team combo, locking up Team MDVA for an early lead for the Northeast. Not quite enough to lead to any knockouts or anything, but man, that stuff adds up quick.
This is pure chaos. Yeah. Those back-to-back side signatures from Santi and the weapon toss. They get a full team wipe here. This is huge.
That is a big start. It added up quick onto MDVA. The swap to the Bode Bar working very well for the Northeast. Holy Simba. Oh, the turnaround.
Oh! He extended a little bit too far, got a little bit too confident, and Cody was more than happy to show him where that top kill box was.
Looking like that Rafiki meme where he lifts up Simba and then yeets him off Pride Rock. Falling side air will put Cody Travis off the map, and man, Cody is struggling in this one. They've got to slow it down. What a weapon toss from Santi to stop the release from Lil Cap.
I was almost worried that that was going to send him back into continuing the team combo, getting more damage.
Oh, 5 stocks left for the Northeast, 2 for MDVA. This is trouble for MDVA. They're playing for the tiebreaker. They haven't lost at 2s yet.
Now, we are in a Game 3 situation here, but this almost looks like a sort of top 16 match that would normally be in a Game 2, where Game 1, the sort of lesser-known team comes out, and they happen to pick up a win there, and then the very next game, the sort of quote-unquote better, more highly ranked team just completely wipes the floor with them. But we're in Game 3 here. This is a big swing that Simba and Santi are throwing out here on Cody Travis and Lil Cap, no less.
Yeah, this is a huge adjustment from Simba and Santi. They have just come out of the gate swinging so hard, and Cody Travis is still going at it. Lil Cap's got to be careful here. He's getting into the red. He's getting into that kill percent. A nice big side air from Cody Travis. But they got to get this damage onto Simba. Simba likely will be the target once they get Santi. Oh, no. Cody takes out the teammate.
Not good. That puts Cody in a terrible position, and he then takes 3 hits from Simba and Santi. Gets a knockout on 1. Doesn't spend too much of the time putting out a lot of damage onto Simba. Just strip the weapon from the field. That Neutralite, you're going to be stuck in a lot of frames there. Gave Simba the easy punish.
See Cody trying to play this 1v2. Likely wants the offstage, but man, he's doing this 1v2 really well. Goes in between the two, but doesn't get punished for it. The stomp, but nothing comes out. A little bit of Lil Cap syndrome there. D-Light in there. Target swap almost hits the side sig, but the soft platform raises Santi high enough over it. That's bad though. The D-Light side air puts Cody off stage.
They don't fully extend into the edgeguard situation. They know that they are significantly damaged here. They're about halfway through their final stocks. Cody is extremely red, but they have a better chance of getting the W without having to extend over into that edgeguard situation and put any unnecessary risk. Ooh. Cody going for the big play there. That down air almost hit him.
Yeah, you saw Simba. He had enough time to think about what his decision was going to be. Hits the downlight side air when they get back up on stage, and that means the Northeast is 1 game away from stopping the momentum of MDVA and finishing off the weekend 4-0.
Now, we saw Lil Cap doing like 306 damage that game, so he was definitely the one lagging behind. Unfortunately for that team as well, Cody Travis, he wasn't there to put out 700, 800 damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Simba and Santi, one had like 630 damage, the other had like 462 or something like that, so they were still healthy numbers on the other team. Healthier numbers than they've really gotten so far.
Yeah, Simba and Santi really popped off in that last one. We're seeing a little bit of a slower start here in game number 4 of the 2v2s. Got him split. Nice follow-up from Lil Cap. Gonna get that extra tap of damage. Follow-up from Cody. Extra taps of damage. Looking pretty nice for MDVA.
That sends Cody flying. Simba actually just chooses to get back on the stage. Oh, no. And a big SIG is going to take out Lil Cap first in this game. Are we going to see a repeat of last game? There's at least more damage onto Santi and Simba at this point than there was last game. See if they can even this one up quickly with both members of Simba and Santi in the red. Cody also very much in the red.
Nice pick up.
Gets the double D-Light into the recovery. Doesn't KO. Okay. That recovery will. Side air sends Simba flying.
Stock count even, but look at Lil Cap's health. He's already falling. Gets the D-Light recovery. Going to keep this stock count even, but Lil Cap, the most worse for wear. That was bad grammar. I'm sorry.
Santi and Simba playing well this game. Santi is taking quite a bit of damage here. Cody is taking next to nothing on this second stock.
Show me the red Robin number 3. I need that team combo from MDVA. Falling down airs continue from Cody Travis, but Lil Cap is in the red.
This game is so even so far compared to the last one. I truly have no idea who is in the lead here.
It can go either direction. It's going to be between Santi and Lil Cap to fall first. Lil Cap gets taken out by another neutral signature, and Cody can't get the immediate evener.
All right, well, now I know who's in the lead.
Tell me.
They made that one really easy for us very quickly. That neutral signature on the sword from Simba has been deadly this game. Took out Capped early on, then got a second stock.
Yeah, Simba is hitting those neutral signatures. Stock count back to even, but Cody Travis more damage than Simba. Opportunity here for MDVA. If they can take out Santi, if they just keep launching Simba, then go for a 2v1 onto Santi, that might be their end goal. But right now, they have to get in position for it. Cody off screen. Nice interrupt.
Even with all the defense that he has, Cody cannot survive much longer.
Yeah, it's going to start coming down to positioning more than defense. The side sig comes out from Simba. Simba is taking names right now.
He went in with the perfect punish there. Got the signature, which guaranteed the KO, but that neutral light, he had to really wait for it. He wasn't going to be able to like dash in and go for the D-light side air because there was a chance that Cody just stayed grounded and that D-light wouldn't pick up. So he went in with the side signature because that would be the KO move rather than going for a side light and then hoping he could pick something up off of that that isn't true. So good punish option from Simba to take that stock. Oh my goodness, Santi taken out of this game. 2 stocks to Simba's name. Not in the worst position here. That D-light is going to KO. That's the second axe D-light that we've seen take off the top.
Yeah, but now it is on Lil Cap. Simba has done 1v2s before. He knows how to do this. Lil Cap, the more damaged one, you see him playing further back. He's going to be playing that position role. If Simba gets a hit, locks up Cody Travis with like a neutral light, Lil Cap comes in swinging. But right now, Simba is hitting those pokes and not taking too much trade.
Lil Cap does have to be maybe a little bit more risky. We've
now
now seen him do really well off of it. But one of those first hits that Simba got, Cap was too far away, so he wasn't able to get to the punish in time.
MDVA in the red. Simba just now proccing. But he's disarmed. Well, Lil Cap, come on. You're playing for Game 5 in the 2v2 so your team can get to the tiebreaker and you're going to turn around and D-light your teammate. Come on, Lil Cap.
Hey, man, that's that Lil Cap X factor that we love. We love it.
D-light from Cody Travis. They're going to Game 5. MDVA trying to keep the streak alive of winning all of their 2v2s, going to the tiebreaker for Stingray. Otherwise, Northeast is going to go 4-0 and basically guarantee a spot in the finals.
Simba and Santi putting out some good numbers that game. They weren't able to take the victory, possibly off of the fact of, I can't remember who it was that already went out of the way and things disappear from my mind. I believe it was Simba got 3 KOs, and I think Santi got only 1. So if they could secure those KOs maybe a little bit earlier, that would give them the option because they still had good numbers. Still had a high 400 and a high 500 damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lil Cap and Cody Travis put out both 600 plus damage. So good numbies there.
I mean, they were able to put out a lot of damage, but at the same time, they took a lot. Like, that was still last stock's red. If Simba got the right hit onto either of them, that was a straight 1v1, both red stocks. Like, that was very doable for Simba. And right now, Cody Travis and Lil Cap thinking really hard about what map they want to play on for game number 5 of the 2v2s. Apocalypse is kind of the outlier map. I don't know if that means that's what they want or if that's what they don't want, but it looks like it's going to be Apocalypse for game number 5 of the 2v2s between Northeast and MDVA.
Seeing 2 defense stances coming out from Simba and Santi can help them survive a little bit longer. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Lil Cap and Cody Travis are having to put out those high damage numbers to consistently win games. They have to put 1,200, 1,300 damage out as a team.
And Santi did make the swap over to the Val for game number 5, and we'll see if he has the same momentum he had when he made that swap over to the Bodvar. So far, things looking all right for MDVA. Cody Travis, the least damaged out of anyone on the board.
There is a weapon spawn on the field. It seems like nobody's going for it. The neutral signatures on sword from Simba have been so clutch today.
What a true Hattori player. Ensig into Ensig. And Cody Travis can be the first one to fall.
Man, look at dip from the edge guard situation really quick. He even ran over to like the left third of the stage before turning around and going back, hoping a side signature on his sword would clip Santi as he came over the corner.
Recovery from Santi. Oh, Little Cap really wanted that stomp. You saw the movement stomp and then a fake out, go back in for a second stomp, but he didn't hit it. There's a recovery from Santi. Northeast up with a 2-stock lead over MDVA.
Man, Cody is hitting these side airs from the right side, but he's sending to the left and getting some stage bounce, so they aren't leading to KOs. They pick them up, one for Cody, one for Lil Cap, going to bring them back into this game. We have to watch how much damage Cody is taking. He's definitely the most damage so far, not by a long shot, but at least by a little, giving Santi and Simba a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, I really feel like the pace of Cody's damage taken has been about the same as everyone else's, except he had a stock loss so early. Weapon toss to try to stop that team combo.
Ooh, Simba
even.
Dip down, getting out of the way of that side signature.
Combo.
Beautiful positioning there.
Oh, big N-sig from Simba, hits both of them. MDVA gets split and disarmed, D-Light ground pound. Cody's adding damage, Lil Cap launched to the right side. Nice big N-sig, Simba's gonna get taken out. Santi was in sweat beads, but MDVA was not in position for it.
Ooh, the recovery does a little bit of friendly fire. Simba onto Santi. They need to find these KOs. The recovery was so low on such a defensive legend that it didn't take off the top. They're adding more damage onto Simba. I think that ground pound might have been the KO option. Unfortunately, it got interrupted by Cody Travis. That sort of sucked all the momentum out of that.
Yeah, that looked like they just both clashed on top of Simba's body. Like they got all the damage and the force didn't know where to go. But either way, slight lead for MDVA. Again, playing for the tiebreaker. If the Northeast gets this, it is over for our first match of the day. Cody Travis yet to take any damage on this final stock. Lil Cap playing much safer. You saw him not even try to punish Santi on that one.
Every single match MDVA has played has come down to them winning the 2v2 and then clutching out the tiebreaker.
Big down sig. Big down sig. Cody Travis gonna get the double, and we are going to the tiebreaker.
He did it! He did it again! Right at the end. Beautiful back-to-back down signatures, putting out a mighty 707 damage, picking up 4 KOs. Of course, 2 of those were right there at the end. Great work from Cody Travis and Lil Cap.
I was tense for the entirety of that one. At no point did I think that was guaranteed for MDVA, but they keep the streak alive, winning 4 2v2, but now it comes to the tiebreaker. Can Stingray do it again? This time against the hardest opponent possible. It is the world champion Sandstorm. It is going to come down to a best of 3, and the winner of this one wins it for their team and puts their team up 4-0. Can MDVA get the upset?
He did it yesterday against Boomy. We'll see if he can do it today against Sandstorm. Curious if he's going to come in with the Volkov here. That's who I believe he will. That's likely his character pick, but he could swap on to another character. We've seen him play the Onyx in the past. We've seen him, of course, play the Mordex. I know Chat would go crazy if he played a Mordex. I don't know how Chat's feeling about the Volkov pick, seeing as it's not something we really see very often.
I will say he has the opportunity to go back to that Mako that he was playing early on.
That as well.
It was a character that worked really well, and then he ran up into Koslix, who is very known for his lance play, and was like, okay, you know what? I don't think that this is a good matchup for me. So he switched off. I think it was the Onyx that he played in the tiebreaker, ended up winning it out. And then we've seen the Volkov this weekend. So he's kind of got a more recent character pool, right? Like we know he's got a Mordex in the back pocket. We know he's got this, that, and the other. But it looks like it's going to be Volkov for game number 1 of the best of 3 tiebreaker between Sandstorm and Stingray.
Now, that is interesting that you mentioned the Kosalix Mako match that sort of maybe changed his mind, because he released the tweet later on saying, oh, I found the bad matchup for Greatsword. But obviously, he hasn't really had to play against any Lance players kind of since then. Of course, Stingray had a Lance in the past, but Stingray hasn't really leaned on that Lance as heavily here at all recently. So he could go in with the Mako here, but no, it seems like he's made his mind up to completely change, and he's sticking to that decision to do the Volkov no matter what the matchup is, at least so far.
I kind of like this decision from Stingray to go in with this Asuri, right? Like, he clearly likes the Katars right now, has been playing the Ragnar and the Asuri. And also, if you watched that previous crew battle where I'm Llama got to play against Sandstorm, it was predominantly the sword play from I'm Llama that worked well against Sandstorm. So Stingray might be trying to take that into his play style today, maybe lean a little bit more into the sword. But man, this is going to be a tough match for Stingray against Sandstorm. Nice weapon toss to open up. Falling there from Stingray, just a little tap of damage. Stingray generally trying to play for those punishes, and Sandstorm getting some big strings. Big three-piece for Sandstorm.
His timing with Scythe is just so good that if Stingray wants to slow it down and choose his initiations very carefully, like Sandstorm so far has had no trouble dealing with that. You'll see like a side light come in from Stingray, and then Sandstorm hits 4-5 moves. You'll see Stingray wait around trying to figure out his positioning, and then this happens. Sandstorm just does so much damage per interaction that Stingray cannot deal with right now.
Yeah, Sandstorm just looking like another day in the gym, just putting so much work onto Stingray. Stingray not even in a good position to try to get the stock off of Sandstorm. Like he's getting a hit, and Sandstorm's getting like 3-4. All right, trying to take advantage of that weapon control. Big slap down. Ground pound doesn't need to connect. Sandstorm going to lose that first stock, but Stingray already in the red. A little bit more damage, and Sandstorm could go for that knockout.
Now this time Sandstorm is able to grab that weapon immediately because he has those iframes from just spawning in. That gives him the free weapon pickup and basically the free stock there as he easily takes that one out.
He's so good at that. Like, Scythe, historically not the best knockout tool, right? Like, it doesn't have D-Light recovery, which is usually a consistent knockout tool for a lot of weapons, or D-Light side air. Instead, he's just going for that downlight push, that active input. Nice down air, gives him the chase dodge up, almost bumps his head into the knockout, but able to get back up safely.
There's the side light in light. Isn't able to turn it into anything past that, but picking up some beautiful signatures this game. It didn't take long for Stingray to sort of realize what was going on, change things up a little bit, and adapt to what Sandstorm is doing. Gets the KO even with the bounce.
Yeah, suddenly Stingray right back into this one, wanting to stick with the Katars. Again, priming the weapon. You saw him throw away the sword, pick back up the Katars, so his next weapon spawn will be Katars. Light down light. Couldn't quite get more. Stingray doing a good job adding up these double hits. He's winning a little bit more frequently in neutral. Oh, got the read with the chase. Big slap. Stingray takes game number 1.
Beautiful dodge around the corner. Sandstorm's axe had basically nothing to deal with Stingray there. Fantastic work. Being able to get in and stick on the Sandstorm. That chain dodge around the corner was, that was chef's kiss, baby.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And the part leading right up into it, right? He did like side light, neutral light. Saw the dodge down. Here it is. Is that dodge down? And immediately side light chase. Got the slaps, and that is the first game going the way of Stingray. And this is where I think Stingray has a slight advantage. Obviously, yeah, advantage because he won a game, but slight advantage because it's best of 3s. I think if we go to best of 5, Sandstorm has so much experience that it can work out. But in this best of 3s, that volatility that Stingray brings is such a huge advantage.
even just winning one game is extremely valuable in a best-of-3 compared to a best-of-5. Stingray's going to pick the same character. Sandstorm going to swap onto that Mordex. I'm sure chat is going crazy. I'm sure I'm going to see more Mordexes in my ranked games. Probably
Depends how
even
this
today.
match goes. Depends how this goes. All right, you gotta wait.
true.
Maybe we'll see some more series in our ranked games. But yeah, like you said, that one win. Yeah, it's just one win, but also it means that Stingray is one away from putting MDVA up over the top seed Northeast, and going into the final weekend 4-0 is so nice.
Now, Sandstorm is going to have gauntlets here in addition to the Scythe, whereas he had Axe before. He's definitely more comfortable on the gauntlets. We've seen him win countless games with the gauntlets on Mordex, but also gauntlets were one of the weapons that Boomy was choosing to play yesterday into Stingray as well.
Yeah, not sure how well that worked out, considering Boomy did end up losing that best-of-3, but man, Stingray, what a good anchor for MDVA. He has closed out 3 out of 3 tiebreakers so far, and he's currently up in the 4th. Starting off nice. You're seeing a much different momentum swing for Stingray. Much more aggressive, getting in on top of Sandstorm, getting that damage. Neither of them wanting to make that risk of the attack just yet. Punish. Sandstorm gets the 3-piece. Can't quite connect with the recovery, though. Nice. I like the weapon toss to bait out an action from Stingray, right? Like, it didn't do a lot damage-wise. It's like 2 damage, but it baits out an action, and that's what Sandstorm is able to punish with.
Sandstorm with just a little bit of a lead here. Nice little string coming out from Stingray.
Oh,
2 in-sigs coming out from Stingray and the side sig from Sandstorm. Neither one of them connecting. Either one would have led to the KO as well. The recovery not enough to KO off the top. Here's the Scythe in hand. Weapon toss goes out.
Nice.
Strong D-Light using the active input of Scythe to get that more force on that hit. Going to send in the same direction that you hit.
But Sandstorm does disarm himself with a weapon toss. Wanted to take advantage. Needs a little bit of extra credit here to get that advantage and try to close out game number 2. Nice chase from Sandstorm. Oh, you saw the stars come out. Stingray running out of options, and Sandstorm knows it. Goes all the way back to main stage. Currently up 3 stocks to the 1 of Stingray.
This is where that experience is going to come in that you talked about. He loses one game, and then look how he turns around. Swaps over to the Mordex, so he adapts with his character pick. He adapts with his play style. The beginning of the game, he was sort of playing a lot like Stingray was to find that initiation. So he adapted with his play style. He adapted with the character pick. And look at what he's able to do. He's a full stock up. Stingray did turn around and find that first stock, but a full stock up. Sandstorm is looking good in the damage lead as well here.
Yeah, that's real nice for Sandstorm. Stingray going for the strings, wanting to catch with the read of the down light, but couldn't quite connect onto Sandstorm. Almost caught the landing of Stingray there, but has just enough movement to get over it. Again, Stingray is playing dangerously close to these dunks of Sandstorm.
And you're seeing sort of different options coming out from Sandstorm here. The first signature was high, the second signature was low, the next one was high, the next one was low. But in terms of signatures, Stingray hits the one that counts, gets that second stock, but he's so damaged. In comes the Scythe. You know he's worried about this.
But there's still that chance. You saw that momentum burst. Here it is again. Stingray getting so much damage. Suddenly, this is close. Sandstorm needs the downlight. Stingray needs one more string. Who's going to get what they need? You saw the exclamation points come out. There it is, the weapon toss, and Sandstorm going to take game number 2. We're going to the final game in the tiebreaker between Sandstorm and Stingray, representing Northeast and MDVA.
Coming down to game 3 here. We saw it yesterday. Stingray was able to clutch it out at the last second against Boomy. We'll see if he's able to do the same thing today. We had some interesting KOs that game where they just couldn't get back to the main platform instead of being immediately sent into the blast zone. There was several KOs like that.
Yeah, it's definitely predominantly on the Sandstorm side. I think that part of that is that, you know, lack of a knockout tool like a D-Light side air. Instead, it was him kind of denying movement and, well, basically just that, just denying movement. Both times you saw those stars come out and it was a denied recovery, so he didn't get any of that movement off of it, and then he just kind of fizzles out in the sky. But here we go. Game number 3, Sandstorm versus Stingray. This is seed number 1, Northeast, versus seed number 3, MDVA.
Now, we saw Stingray earlier opting into the default stance, where now he's going into maybe the more traditional choice of the strength stance. Going to take 1 out of dexterity and putting that into strength. Going to give him a little bit more KO potential. Things might knock out a little bit earlier. Maybe it'll take 1 less D-Light recovery to get the KO off the top.
Yeah. I mean, it was down to the wire there. That little bit of strength might have been exactly what he needed to close out game number 2 and go home with the victory. Able to avoid any threat of that dunk down, but Sandstorm is getting the better of Stingray, winning out more often in the neutral. Neutral sig connects, and Sandstorm looking huge.
Even better than he did the last game. This is the world champion that we're talking about, a former world champion. Fantastic work here. He's won online, he's won on land, he's won so many of the things that he has entered. Some of the most experience in Brawlhalla, where it wasn't too long ago that he was thought of as the newcomer.
Yeah, just a few years ago, but now he's Mr. 3-time. He is the 3-time 1v1 world champion, 2-time 2v2 world champion, and he's going up against Stingray, who is making this close. This is game 3. Stingray is 3 stocks away.
Oh.
Okay, you got it. He's back.
He almost got the dunk into the weapon toss, too.
I was trying to play him up a little bit. I'm sorry, Stingray. Little caster's curse, but Sandstorm sitting pretty. Orange health here on his first stock. Gone. This is big. Sandstorm, 1 stock away. Stingray has to 3-stock Mr. 3-time in order to win it out for MDVA.
We've seen Stingray come back from being at a deficit before, but man, this is a whole nother level.
Towards the N-Sig. D-Light recovery, not enough. Opted for just the straight D-Light recovery. Didn't want to try to risk the down air bounce for the extra damage and potential to drop the recovery.
Man, these D-Lights. He wants them, but he just can't get them.
Sandstorm not giving him the D-Lights.
Oh my goodness.
3 stuck for Sandstorm, and the Northeast are going to go 4-0 for the weekend.
That's a big win. It was looking like it was according to plan for MDVA. Yeah, they dropped the crew battle, but they've dropped every crew battle. Oh, they came back and had the clutch factor of Cody and Lil Cap and won the 2v2. Beautiful signature right there in that replay from Sandstorm. D-Light into the neutral air. Stingray backing up. He jumped in the air after that weapon toss. The dodge came through to get through the weapon toss, but Sandstorm was perfectly positioned, was ready for the timing to pick up the D-Light ground pound, to get the KO. Fantastic work from the best player that we've ever seen in Brawlhalla.
I mean, he's Mr. 3-time for a reason, and that means Northeast going to go up 4-0. Of course, they are the top seed. A little bit predictable, but man, that was a close one. On the other side, MDVA going to close out the weekend 3-1, and we'll see how well they do going into next weekend. That's going to be our first match of the day, Northeast versus MDVA. We've still got 2 more matches. We've got the Midwest versus the West. Again, if the West wins it, that'll tie them up both 2-2, which would be massive. And then finally, we've got Team Canada versus Team South. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, it'll be Foda and Taza to bring you the Midwest versus the West. Okay, just kidding. We got to talk a little bit more about how awesome Northeast and MDVA are. They were like, hey, you didn't talk up how well they all played, because it's worth pointing out how crazy that was, right? Like, MDVA, you know what? they haven't won a crew battle. That was expected. But the fact that they got to Game 5 in the 2v2s, won that out, the fact that they got to Game 3 in the tiebreaker and almost won it out, that was big. Sparky, any parting words?
Stingray was limited to 191 damage in that final game there. Meanwhile, Sandstorm put out 494. He took out 3 stocks with that. Let's do a little bit of math there. That is about 160 and some change in terms of damage per stock. Extremely efficient from the best player of all time.
Absolutely. Okay. On that note, we are, again, going to take that short little break. When we come back, it'll be the Midwest versus the West. Stick around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Brawlhalla Pro Series. I'm Foda, joined with me is Taza, and man, we just saw an excellent match between the two undefeated teams of the Pro Series. Well, no longer two undefeated teams, as MDVA, despite the excellent effort, lost to Team Northeast. But what a match, right?
It was an amazing match, and I was so excited for the technically 3-in-a-row upsets that we were about to get until Sandstorm locked into the Mordex, because just yesterday, right, Midwest going down, West taking a game, and now we were in a situation where I was sure that Northeast was going to be 4-0. Well, I was rewarded for that. But it got really close to Game 3 of the tiebreaker. Yeah.
It was really close, and you can see it all right here. Yep, Team Northeast, the only remaining undefeated team in the series.
That's a
and
crazy
my goodness,
stat.
MDVA, that's so crazy. No crew battle wins, but flawless in the 2v2s.
It's
and
amazing.
Northeast is the other way.
It's amazing how Stingray transforms from being either I think they led with Stingray, but like if no matter where his position is in the crew battle, you're kind of like, wow, Stingray, you're kind of suffering today. And then he gets to the tiebreaker, he just destroys whatever anchor comes out.
He's got to put in the work. So the match we've got coming up next is Team Midwest versus Team West. Now Team West is high off their first victory that they just got yesterday. So exciting, up against Team Canada. It was the last match of the day, I think, yesterday. It was so extreme, dude. They clutched it out, but they might have even more trouble today against Team Midwest, who has been extremely dominant in the Pro Series, particularly in their crew battles. And, wow, I mean, what do you say, man? You got Boomy in the crew battle taking like 5 stocks a game. You know, if he takes 4, he's like upset with himself. Like he should have taken 5 or 6, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think it's unreasonable for any team to plan on trying to win the 2v2 when it comes to fighting against Team Midwest. Boomy playing crew battles is akin to a lot of his YouTube series videos, I feel like, where he's doing any kind of weird legend unranked to all the way to diamond, and he's just like getting through every player as if it's nothing. And for some reason, he can transfer that energy to the crew battles here in the Pro Series. But we've seen just yesterday that Midwest really can be vulnerable when you get them into those 2v2 and tiebreaker situations. MDVA being the first team to prove that. So let's see what Team West is going to be able to do against this formidable team of Team Midwest.
Formidable indeed. I think it's worth mentioning that Team West is the lowest seeded team in this whole series. Now, they've already defied their seed by winning in the last game, but against Team Midwest, it might be even more difficult, because Team West is one of the highest seeded, not the highest seeded, but second highest seeded. And we got Boomy. Ooh, Boomy locking in with Cassidy. This is spicy.
Oh, it is.
This is unexpected.
Yeah, that's interesting. We've been seeing Boomy almost purely on the Onyx all the way through the entire Pro Series so far. And I'm wondering if it's a slight adaptation to how things went before, but you know what? Whatever it might be, I'm really excited to see it, because Boomy's opening up with a hammer, putting out a ton of neutral sigs, and really keeping Blazy on their feet as they're opening up to fight against Boomy in game number, well, I say game number 1. It's like section 1 of the crew battle.
Chapter 1, paragraph 1 here.
Well, it's because no matter what you do against Team Midwest, your goal is to defeat Boomy, maybe only taking 4 to 5 stocks of losses. That's what I feel.
And it's proving so true right now, as Boomy already is taking a stock off of Blazy. Which, by the way, Blazy here in the crew battle, they had Blazy playing in the 2v2 instead for Team West yesterday when they won. It was Blazy and Luna in the 2v2, and it worked really, really well. So they're switching it up today, having Blazy playing in the first crew battle slot. I got to imagine specifically to try and counter Boomy. They know that Team Midwest is going to be front loading with Boomy in the crew battle, and so Blazy being here has got to have been a choice by the team. Like, Blazy, we think you are the most capable of taking Boomy down without losing too many stocks. But no one expected Boomy to come in with Cassidy. What is this, 2019 BCX?
Yeah, it's very It is very interesting indeed compared to what we've been seeing. But Blazy showing that power right there with the D-Light down air recovery, that confirmed knocking off the top, even if the stock's 2-2. And I like what you said about the idea of doing like the counter aggression by putting in the best player that they think they have against Boomy into the crew battle first, because this is, you're right, this is the strategy Midwest has been going through the entire time, and making the team of Zexus and Luna. I think what's interesting about Team West is that really when it comes to all 5 of their players, they have powerful 2v2 options depending on how they want to address
they really can mix and match more than a lot of other teams can. But still, you know, they've always got Java there. They got Java in the final spot. So what they're thinking Blazy to take out Boomy, but still have Java, who is their anchor, who will play in the tiebreaker if needed. You know, they clearly trust him as the most powerful 1v1. Oh, what a weapon throw.
I can't believe my
Beautiful.
eyes. Beautiful. It's a lead for Team West against Team Midwest.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
This is crazy. I didn't even consider that the crew battle is what Team West would try to snipe off of Team Midwest, but I feel like that's what I'm witnessing right here. Oh, that's so amazing.
Wrenched on Team Midwest has gotten so used to not having to play very much in the crew battles. He might have a rude awakening now. He might need to wake up. Someone wake up Wrenched. I think he's going to need to play some stocks here.
We were preparing for the cast a few minutes ago, and I remember asking, like, has Wrench played in the Pro Series yet?
he's gotten some clutch KOs.
Yeah. Oh, is that it? Boomy's down.
Wait a second. That's actually a super early kill too. Blazy's got almost a full stock. This is huge for Team West.
Boomy's down,
Team West
only
is
taking
defying the
2
odds.
stocks. Only taking 2 stocks in the first crew battle. This best of 3. Zakoy's coming out swinging, putting some damage onto Blazy, trying to even things up. Zakoy being that the second player in the lineup for Midwest. Wrenched is almost certainly going to look to be playing his old 3 stocks if Blazy continues at this rate, because the damage is even right now. Blazy might be the one taking 4 stocks of a Team Midwest here representing Team West. Oh, the 6 just go wide. Oh, man.
Zakoy might equalize in time. He's already taken too much damage, though. I mean, more damage than Blazy has. Wait a second. Blazy might take 5 stocks right now. One more hit. He got it. Oh, my God. Blazy is taking 5 stocks off of Team Midwest.
Oh, man. Blazy with the lead and now tacking on more damage.
No. 4 stocks. Whoa. 4 stocks.
Well, I mean, you're
bad
just
math.
predicting.
Bad math.
You're just predicting the future here, okay? Because Blazy
Hey,
is going in as a right
wait
now.
a second. Wait, save that voice clip, because maybe.
Yes. Toast, get ready. We'll have 2 photos of myself cheering about it, because the stomp sider hits Blazy, but it bounces him.
He bounced off the floor, and that reduced his velocity enough to not die. He totally would have died if he didn't hit the floor there.
Oh, one down light. Tries to go for another
now
one. Blazy.
He can convert this into a KO.
Oh,
no way.
Here
No
comes
way.
the voice
No
clip.
way. Oh, Zakoy stopped him before it got worse. But here comes Wub of Team West. There's still 3 stocks of Wubs and 3 stocks of Java on Team West.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Team Midwest in the orange is 2 or, well, 1.5 stocks of Zakoy, and then all of Wrench.
It's going to be up to Zakoy to really take the stock here before losing it, I think.
Yeah, he can help his team big time here. He can equalize.
Wubs has proven to be a very stable factor, almost similar to Little Captain on MDVA when it comes to just being able to ensure ensuring that there's going to be 2 to 3 stocks a game. But Zakoy with that neutral sig really catching Wubs off guard.
He down-aired right into the neutral signature. That's a crazy, what in the world? Zakoy had to have seen into the future to land that. It just doesn't even, it does not link together in any good way, unless your opponent just dodges right up into it. And, and he did, and somehow Zakoy knew. That's crazy.
Some awesome sentinel tactics.
Zakoy's doing a good job catching up, but Wubs takes the stock, keeps his team in the lead by 1 good stock right now. Wubs has the opportunity to give his team all the lead they need to come away with this victory. And how crazy would that be? I mean, Midwest has been flawless in the crew battles.
Yeah. And we were talking about that earlier. I wasn't even considering taking the crew battle as an option for Team West. I was just kind of like, well, maybe they can do it in 2v2s.
Maybe they'll get the 2v2, right?
But we're seeing Wubs in a position right now where this is such a comfortable position. You don't even really need to win against your opponent in this position. You just have to get the damage enough. But Wubs doesn't care.
Wubs is crazy. Wait a second. What's he going to do?
Yo, he went the neutral sig.
Oh, he's so tricky with these sigs. He's so tricky with these sigs. He's not getting punished for him. He can keep doing it.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. He's in a great position where really he doesn't even have to do that much more, so he can just have fun with it. And when you're having fun with it in a Brawlhalla Pro game, you can do things like this. Side
He's got the axe. Axe is great for this. One side air, maybe even a neutral light in the right position. But Zakoi is not going to go down that easy. He's making it real tough for Wubs. And the beautiful neutral sig again. 2 KOs, 2 neutral signatures.
Zakoi's been beautiful with that signature, and he used it in a way to where if the weapon throw was going to connect, he was going to perfectly dodge it and lead into the gravity cancel neutral sig. That got Wubs off the top. So now Zakoi is even up the stocks, and Wubs is putting out the signatures, but I mean,
yeah,
Zakoi is
pretty aware now of those signatures. Okay, Wubs takes the stock, and here comes Wrench, the final player in the lineup here for Team Midwest. He's down a full stock. He has 3 to take out 4. Can he do it?
Let's see. This will be a great opportunity for Wrench to really make his name in the crew battles. Because like we were talking about before, Wrench definitely no slouch of a player, but he's been in a position where he hasn't really had to put in the work.
He's been enjoying it too. He's been loving it. He's been loving not having to have to put too much effort in. But now he's got to clutch it out for his team, and he knew that this would eventually come. You know, that's why he's the last person in the lineup.
Right, Wubs. Ooh, nice shot. The sidelight gets that down air right afterwards, using the momentum. But Wrench, the good D-like ground pound, takes Wubs out and hasn't lost a stock to it. So now it's going to be Wrench versus Java.
He has completely equalized this. This is based now. It's just a straight up 1v1. Java versus Wrench. Who's going to win it for their team? They each have 5 players on their team.
Double.
He wanted the double.
He can still do it. He can still do it.
He didn't need to. He slapped him off the side before he could touch it and get his jumps back. Wrench took the stock off of Java in like 20 seconds. Unbelievable.
Foda, tell me a more terrifying sight than a Surrey who just landed a neutral sig on you and then falls without fast falling for like 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah. It's a telltale sign. Everybody knows it.
Like no movement. They're just staring.
It brings me joy. I love seeing it. But Java probably, he freaked out on it apparently. Uh-oh. What?
He ran so close.
Almost hit that meteor
recovery
strike. He got him into the wall. Wrenched. Oh my gosh, wrenched. 2 stocks. Unbelievable. Java tries to get the 3-piece on it. Wrench is psyching him out here. Look at this. Look at this. He's barely moving. Oh, and now here he comes. Holy cow. Wrench, lost the stock there. All right, Java. Can Java take 2 stocks off of Wrench with his 1? Especially after the performance that Wrench just did.
We've seen crazier comebacks for sure, but Wrench
that's the kind of play that'll do it, man. A wake-up gravity cancel down sig like that, Bodvar's sword, that's a major spike. You could tell that Java is willing to go the distance. Whoa!
Dude, Wrench's side airs on the edge have been devastating.
Whoa, Wrench! Oh my God, that was so good. I love that neutral air into the down air on Katars. That was so slick. What's this reminding you of, Todd?
It's reminding me of why Wrench is so terrified off the ledge, right? This is why Wrench was the only Asuri for so long.
Yeah, we almost forgot.
It's awesome to see. Wrench, however, is getting hit away. Java evens up the stocks of the ground pound.
Okay.
And this is where it gets scary, all right?
This is a desperate situation for Team West here. Can Java really clutch it out? Okay, good start.
Java's got these awesome 4 PO.
Whoa, recovery! Oh, he went for it! Oh my God, he went
for it! Touch. The recovery doesn't hit the sider, misses. Wrench gets the nail. Okay, Java can't touch back.
Oh man, Java was 1 sider away from the coolest gimp ever. That would have been so extreme. By the way, look at these team synergy taunts. They definitely coordinated this. They all definitely coordinated this. I got to imagine.
Oh, that's awesome. Look at that.
Wow, what a game, dude. I am so impressed with both Wrenched and Java on that. I mean, dude, look at... I don't think we're going to see that last Java play there because it's a Midwest highlight reel. But that was... It was so good, so close. Look at this. Slaps him off the side before he can get the wall.
We might see it. It might begin the Midwest highlight reel.
Oh, this here. Oh no, this was beautiful from Wrenched. Yeah, up into the corner.
Wrenched had perfect.
Then, wait a second. And then, we are gonna see it. We are gonna see it. Boom! Chase dodges down the side, and then he freaking goes for it again. If he landed that sider, that might have just been it. But then here comes Wrenched with the perfectly placed neutral air. He's done. He's already done. Nothing he can do.
What was crazy about that is that Wrenched in the nick of time fastballs out of the way of the side.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't dodge it. He couldn't
saw
jump
it
out of it. And if he did fastball, it was so crazy that it almost worked. If it hit, that was the game for sure. They're going into game number 2 of the crew battle, and Boomy's not opening up with the Cassidy anymore. Okay.
Back to Onyx. Yeah, it's we know the proof's in the pudding. I mean, he's been doing so well with the Onyx. The Cassidy seemed like a fun idea, but Blazy clearly had that figured out. Wow, double neutral air from Boomy there. Never expect the second one. And let's see if Blazy can handle Boomy's Onyx as well as he did the Cassidy.
Oh man, so far it's not looking so good. But Blazy had a weak start in the last game as well, and then turned it into a one-stock victory over Boomy. So let's see how this works out as Blazy's starting to get his footing. Tries really playing out here. I'm actually excited to see Wrench come up again. So hopefully Boomy doesn't destroy. Because something I want to comment about in those highlights, and this is almost certainly a Monday.
Oh, whoa!
That was amazing. I love the usage of sword ground pound that's been really cropping up in the Pro Series overall. A lot of these combos to maximize the damage and then get that bounce combo right afterwards when they hit the ground. Blazy with the neutral light sends him off the left side of the stage and doesn't get the edge guard, but the recovery almost takes Boomy off the top.
Dude, I could not have anticipated, and maybe nobody could have anticipated, just how prepared Blazy was for this matchup against Boomy. He's performing better against Boomy than just about anybody we've seen. And you know, I mean, I didn't expect that from Blazy. I wonder how the conversation went. I mean, he was playing in the 2v2 before. He must have been like, guys, I got it. I'll take out Boomy. And the rest of his team's like, you sure, bro? And he's like, yes, dude, yes. And he did. He already did. I'm just guessing that's how the conversation went. Maybe.
Well,
maybe Team West supported him 100%.
Well, regardless of whatever the situation is, it goes without saying that Team West has been the most diverse when it comes to approaching all of the matchups, and they've really been looking at their position. They're going like, okay, well, we're clearly the underdogs here in every regard. So how are we going to use the pieces, right? Like, let's use the pieces of the other players and create the best strategy for the situation.
Whoa, Boomy's
We've got
really going out there for this.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be the stock.
Wow, perfect stock from Boomy. He is one full stock ahead. He's lapped Blazy in damage right now.
And this was where it gets scary. Because if, let's say Blazy takes other stock off of Boomy, and Boomy ends up winning it 1 stock to 0, Zakoi could be deleted in those 3 stocks depending on how crazy Boomy can get, right? We see Boomy tear through the middleman in every single one of these Pro Series after they get through the front gate. So let's see what happens here as Blazy tries to go in for that signature knockout. Nice job from Blazy on the edge, keeping Boomy for a while, but Boomy starts a nice string. Oh, sidelight dips down, tries to catch him again. Lots of damage going on Blazy's last stock as that sider connects. That down stick just barely doesn't hit.
Weapon throw into the neutral air, slam dunk down into the ground. He goes for the finisher. Blazy avoids it on the other side now, but Boomy fights back. Now with the cannon. Blazy's so close to death, and Boomy, oh my goodness, Boomy might finish him off and still have 2 stocks remaining. What's going to happen to Wubs on Team West if Blazy goes down right now, leaving Boomy with 2 stocks? I think this might be it. One more hit. Oh, Blazy just barely makes it around Boomy there. He's staying on the edge despite, wow. Could have gone back to get the weapon. He decided to go for it unarmed. He gambled and lost, you know? Is a strategic risks.
So
and now here comes Wubs against Boomy with Boomy's got 2 stocks, man. We've seen Boomy take out. Look, his average in a crew battle has got to be somewhere between 4 and 5. And I'm a little surprised Wubs let off the gas there. He had the opportunity. He had Boomy in a checkmate position, but he just stayed on the stage. And Boomy got to get back up for free. Now who knows what Boomy's going to do with the rest of this stock? Oh my gosh!
Well, Boomy knows what he's going to do with the rest of the stock. That was a little brutal. As you correctly stated, with Wubs coming in second, Boomy is now. Oh, he gets hit with the, I think he barely. I thought he was barely going to survive.
I know.
Onyx is just tanky enough.
It's close. Efficient though. You know.
Yes.
Think about it. He's just being really economical.
Right. It's like, well, this signature will only hit when I know for sure.
Dude,
where's
what?
Boomy?
He slid backwards with his. That was so nice.
Oh,
my
I love
goodness.
This.
One more hit. He didn't even need it. Wubs was counting on landing that recovery. And Boomy dodged out of it, and that just took him out. Boomy goes up +1 now, taking 4 stocks from Team West.
Maybe we can make it 5. This is such an awesome thing that Cannon can do, that Boomy just did, where when you use the Cannon down air has the grounded hitbox and the aerial hitbox, right? But if you use it at the edge, you'll get the aerial hitbox, so it blasts over the edge, and then you'll kind of like bounce across the ledge instead of getting the landing animation, so that you slide off and you can continue the string. And Boomy was able to do that to take Wubs' stock, and now he's had Wubs permanently on the right side, taking advantage of that cannon down air on Demon Islands. And Wubs might go down to 1 stock here, while Boomy's still on his last stock, and this is exactly what we were worried about, right? When we were watching Blazy go down, like, if Boomy manages to make this with a stock left, this could be really bad. Oh, but Wubs, he could do it. He could do it with only being a stock down. Let's see what happens here. Gets hit by the daylight. Nair. Wubs
Boomy
really
is
damaged.
he is so set on taking another stock off of Wubs, but Wubs fires back. It's not enough. Boomy can still take another stock off of Wubs here. Oh, nope, he got it. Okay, all right.
Huge.
Now
That's
this
so
is
huge.
This is good, but you think about the last game we just watched and how at this point in time Team West was pretty far ahead.
Yeah.
And still Midwest came back and won it. Oh my goodness, and there's another stock. 2 stock lead for Team Midwest right now.
Zakoy is just perfect with the neutral six on Sentinel. I love watching it
can't.
happen.
That's right. Yeah, he's really landing it well.
Oh, double neutral light recovery. I mean, that's
geez.
any guitar band loves to be able to see that connect. You're just
I know.
absolutely reading your opponent.
It's so
when that
impressive.
happens.
I mean, that just doesn't. I try it so much. It just
Oh,
doesn't
the recovery
work. I don't
slipped.
know. Oh,
It's gone. Deleted.
What? 3
Whoa.
stock lead for Team Midwest right now. Look at what Java's got to run into now. Java's the only player remaining in the lineup for the crew battle on Team West. Midwest here, Wrench is going back to sleep. He's not even at his computer anymore, probably.
Yeah.
He's, oh
What's
my
Zakoy?
God! Oh my God! Zakoy!
Edge guard. Oh,
Whoa.
Java gets him with the side stick anyways. Zakoy goes all the way, slides up.
Oh!
Wait.
Nice
that was
play,
awesome.
Java. That was a
Yeah.
good one.
Way to make the best out of a crappy situation. I mean, Java was getting his teeth kicked in by Zakoy, but at the very end, gravity cancel down stick. I'm going to hit by the side stick. Zakoy falling off the ledge.
He's so good at that neutral
sig?
signature.
And he's doing
Look
it
at
in a
that.
way that you
Forget the
said, like,
hammer. It's all
whether
about
it's
the
off
cards.
of like neutral light or down air or down light, Zakoy chases where his opponent's going, and he ends the stock with a neutral stick, and he only hits it when he knows it's going to take him off the top. And even on a stage like Demon Island, whoa! Java baited him! What
Oh
the
my
bait?
God, Zakoy, no way! He's gotten so much mileage off that neutral sig, and you'd think that means that he's just getting KOs with it, but no, he's saving his own life with it. I can't believe it. He should have been dead. That was a checkmate. Java had it all figured out.
Java's good!
Oh my gosh! This is unprecedented. Zakoy is popping off so hard in this crew battle.
Oh no, Java's he gonna go down with only taking 1 stock? Oh, the down again! Somebody spikes him off the bottom of the stage
Zakoy,
photo!
that's one for the highlight
What?
reel. Oh my gosh. Let's go, Team Midwest. That was hype. What a crew battle. They are the kings of the crew battle. We know this. Holy cow.
Zakoy did half the damage of Boomy, but
Let's
took
watch this
more
Zakoy
stocks.
highlight reel.
Oh
Look
my.
at that. But wait, this last kill is nutty. Wait, that's not the last kill. This is just
Oh,
yet
this
another
is
Zakoy
actually.
kill.
I think this is a Java.
This is
down sig.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful play by Java there.
Java, breath of life, and then Zakoy was like, "Nah, you only get 1. You only get 1."
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
man.
all right. Wait. Okay, not this one. Not this one. This one's cool, though. That's the big save right there. Oh, glad we got that. Look at that. We're not just highlighting KOs. We're getting everything here.
Dodge is gone. This is just certainly.
Yeah,
the
perfect.
death,
He forced
right?
the dodge out there. He came in when it was needed. And that's the
All
thing,
right,
you
we
know,
need-
put the pressure on. Oh, this is it. This is
We need
it.
to slow it. We need to slow
Gravity
it.
cancel. So he oh my gosh. Zakoy.
Run.
The down sig on Sentinel can be used to spike if you are perfectly precise with it. It's barely works that way. You know, it's so hard to land it like that. Look at that. Wrenched, 0 damage. They didn't even take a chill pill, Wrenched. I mean, you did what you needed to do last game.
56% signature accuracy for Zakoy.
He didn't. He went right back to bed, dude. He didn't even. He knew his team had it all figured out. Holy cow! What a great set from Team Midwest in the crew battles. So that's round 1 going to Team Midwest. Coming up next, we've got the 2v2 portion of this round, of this match. And And it's going to be for Team Midwest, Tiffany and Faison, who we've seen perform very well already, versus Zexus and Luna. Now, Team West 2v2 team yesterday was brutal with Blazy and Luna, but they made the switch for specifically to fight Team Midwest and swapped Zexus with Blazy. So now Zexus is in the 2v2 battle. How will they fare against Tiffany and Faison? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either, and I'm really curious how this is going to play out, because once we looked at it and we talked about it, I was like, okay, Team West actually is trying to take Team Midwest in the crew battle, and it almost worked.
Yeah.
And then Zakoi
It was looking
was
like
insane.
Well, I mean, that first game, Team West came in with the biggest lead they've that anybody's ever had against Midwest in a crew battle, and then Wrenched came in and, like, surprise, Wrenched is still really awesome at this game, even though we haven't seen him fight very much in the Pro Series because his team's got it so locked down. But he totally clutched it. That's so awesome. As soon as he shows up, he absolutely shreds. So here we go into the 2v2, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best-of-5 between Team Midwest, Tiffany and Faison, versus Team West, Luna and Zexus. Let's see how this goes.
Yes, Faison opening up with the Val, Luna on Taros, Tiffany on Barbara, going against Zexus on the Prince. So much axe going to be exchanged here, but Faison on the Val that we're so used to seeing play. It's a favorite of mine. I'm not so sure I can say a fan favorite, but I know I'm very happy to see Faison.
I mean, we all know Val's a big flavor right now.
Yeah.
But Faison, look, Faison was playing Val before anybody, before it was cool. So he gets a pass. He's OG Val.
Sure. I guess the fan favorite for Faison would be Jiro if it was going to be anything.
That's true. Yeah, that is the fan favorite for Faison. We can all agree there.
Yeah, but here we go into game number 1 of this best-of-5 for 2v2. West has to win it to bring it to the tiebreaker, in which then I really do think it's anybody's game. We've seen that that's where Team Midwest has been the most vulnerable, is in the 2v2 and tiebreaker sections, as I think they remain undefeated when it comes to
tie
crew
game
battles.
right now. They've traded 1 for 1 here. Luna with 3 and Tiffany with 3. Tiffany without a weapon, desperately trying not to get hit. Dealing with it just fine. They're hunting down Luna. Wait a second. Oh, Tiffany slapping Luna off the side. They're looking for the kill onto Luna. There's too many bodies in the way. Tiffany can't throw the weapon down there.
Whoa, Zexus got a nice grounded downer on the platform. Ends up hitting Tiffany. Can they take Tiffany's stock here before Luna goes down? Man, Faison almost goes down to 1 stock. There goes Tiff. Let's see if Zexus can even this up. Side air forces the jump. Oh, I thought they were going to team combo for sure, but they just barely didn't get the starter. Luna hits the wrong way. Faison pressuring Luna.
Watch out for Faison, because he's real damaged here, and Zexus too. Zexus and Faison. Wait a second. Whoa, a little bit of friendly fire team combo stuff there.
Yeah.
Faison's down to his final stock. It is rare to see Faison being the lowest stock count in a 2v2 match. He's very consistently a stock tank.
Yep.
But now, how's that going to affect his gameplay? You know, is he going to be more cautious now? I think it looks like he's starting to let Tiffany take the lead. Oh, here he comes, right? With the support as soon as he needs it. Again.
Oh,
let's keep going.
Oh, he's charged all the way.
No.
And Luna was like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Oh, that would have been so crazy if they slid into it, though. I've seen it. I would have put it past anybody to accidentally fall into that.
I agree with Tiffany's follow-up attempt there. That was... Oh, Faison coming in to interrupt the true combo that was happening on Tiffany before it was too late. But Tiffany gets knocked out anyway. Down to her last stock.
Whoa,
Luna's
that was
the only
so
person
close.
with the again.
Wait, that was so
interrupted
cool.
before the move could finish.
Luna did a hammer recovery, and then Zexus caught them out of the hammer recovery with the neutral sig. That was very neat.
Okay, and there goes Luna's stock. This is anyone's game here. You look at the health. Everybody's on their final stock. But look at Zexus, who's like 1 hit away from death.
Luna with the save. Down
Luna relieving the pressure off of Zexus when he needed it most, but it's not enough. Zexus goes down. It's all up to Luna. This is a winnable fight for Luna. Look at Faison's health. He's like 1 hit. Luna
he hits the side stick on
That's a good way to
Taros.
start it. If that was on Faison, he'd be dead. Tiffany had a little bit more health to work
You
with.
only get 1 of those in a 1v2.
Yeah. Any
but he gets another one.
There's
Luna.
Oh my gosh. That
Team
was
West.
awesome.
Team West said, I'm being convinced. I think they have the best team for 2v2s out of all these lineups after I'm seeing how many times they've changed them up and how many times they've been so successful. And this isn't the good, I mean, they just got their first win yesterday, right? But that wasn't the first time that they've gotten to a tiebreaker either. Team West has been really succeeding in this regard, and they take game 1 against Team Midwest with an amazing 1v2 comeback from Luna.
One thing's for sure is Team West certainly has the most versatile group of players that can manage themselves in a lot of different situations for a lot of different reasons based on who their opponents are. And we can see it in how they swap up their team so majorly every single round. All right, let's go. Game 2. Look, that's a best of 5. That's just game 1. Don't get too excited yet.
That's true.
Anything can happen.
Well,
get really excited, actually. Never mind. Get so excited. What?
Oh, we can get super really excited when Team West brings us to a 2-0 lead at this rate, because so far they started off pretty strong.
Yeah,
but Tiffany and Faison are fighting back pretty well. They get the silent nair into Luna. Faison trying to follow up with a nair on the gauntlet. Zex
what
is
a punish from Tiffany.
Tiff.
Oh my goodness.
Great job from
All
from
Zexus
Team
did was get a good hit, and he took so much damage from that because Tiffany and Faison were so ready to help each other out. That was such a great save. And then the save turned into a whole follow-up team combo. Whoa!
First
Big
stock.
side sig from Luna.
Oh, and the stop side air. The weapon
Double
throws,
weapon throw.
forcing it high. The side air just barely doesn't hit Faison as Faison only. I mean, when we see the sweat beads, they know they got nothing left. You just have to shimmy in the air.
Faison really had to bob and weave his
Oh,
way
he
through.
my God. The knockout, and he still survives. Luna, how do you manage to make this work?
That's
I don't
crazy.
understand.
It was a tactical team attack to send him out there so he can go get the kill.
Talk
Now,
about
Luna,
an alley-oop.
Luna is so damaged with 3 stocks. I mean, you breathe a little too hard on Luna, he's gonna die. Oh, and Zexus saves Luna from a true combo finish, but he goes down immediately after.
Whoa, Zexus,
oh my
jumps.
God, Zexus is in trouble.
That's
it. Faison scores the KO before Luna can even come down there and help. They got the double edge guard going on Luna. Luna scores the KO.
Is he gonna get a double knockout?
That was
he gets
like
the recovery of the ground pound. The double recovery. No jumps left.
No way.
Gets
Oh,
done.
he was one hit away, and Faison's only remaining option was that single dodge that got him out of it just in time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Luna managed to get the revenge knockout and almost then some on the Faison. I mean, that's still a ton of damage going on to Faison's second stock, as it's now 3 stocks to 3. Zexus and Tiff are now the weak links on both teams, but we saw before Luna could take the 1v2, so the Team Midwest really has to watch this last stock here as Faison gets scooped off the top. Luna goes flying. Oh, what's going to happen here with Tiff? Tiff has taken a decent amount of damage, but they're not out of the game yet. Oh man, Faison gets a nice side out to Zexus. Zexus is trying to make it back. Luna goes down. Zexus in the 1v2.
Oh, Zexus has got to be careful. Can he survive this edge guard? Ah, no, checkmate position there. Faison executed perfectly, and now it's all up to Luna once again. Uh-oh, team combo time. Oh no, Tiffany dropped it. That should have been a spear downlight, I think.
Yeah. Still decent damage on the Luna. This isn't quite the same situation as before, where we saw Luna just basically use any signature that they
Here we go. We get to try again. Yeah. Ah. Well, they're still doing good.
I mean, in the end, it's just rough.
Unless, if Luna brings it back now, they're going to really regret dropping that combo. Because it's possible. You cannot count Luna out yet.
Oh, wait,
that's a really good.
Whoa.
That's a really good send. Wait a second.
It's
not over. Wait a second. It's not over.
Exhausted recovery.
He used the exhausted recovery. A jump would have been enough. The exhausted recovery was just barely not enough. Yeah. All right, sets tied up 1-1 now as Team Midwest takes the game. Dude, this was wild. This part of the that got so insane. There was so much more insanity that happened after that.
Yeah. That was
holy cow. And there's the checkmate on Zexus. And then oh, Faison mistimed.
Team Midwest did a very good job capitalizing on splitting up Team West that game. Zexus went down almost purely in moments where Luna was either recovering or just lost their stock. That really I think that just got them to a point where they were able to win the game, because we got in a similar situation as game 1. It's just they didn't take as much damage, so the 1v2 was a lot easier to close out. Let's see if Luna can keep Zexus from getting knocked off the side of the stage in those moments as we get into game number 3 now that the set's tied up. Oh, that ground pound was so close.
Tiffany and Faison just freestyled a combo that I think might have just glazed over. I think a lot of people might have just glazed over. It didn't even look like much, but it was 4 hits and ended up doing a lot of damage. And just in the midst, like totally not a rehearsed thing. Yeah, we've seen the 2v1 combos, but that was just like, you know, back and forth.
Zexus goes down pretty quick.
That's an early stock. Not good for Team West, but they can bring it back. It's not too bad.
Meanwhile,
They got Tiffany very damaged here. Nice team combo. Oh, interrupted before Tiffany could finish the neutral light. Faison was so prepared to follow up with a fully charged signature. That probably would have led to a kill. Man, both of these teams have been great at saving each other's teammates.
Ooh, Faison has no jumps left. He's got to dodge. That's it.
Okay,
Oh,
Tiffany relieving the pressure again with the saves, man. These guys are so good at that.
Absolutely. Luna goes down. Zex is super damaged. Faison now, as you said, traditionally playing the stock tank, really living up to it in game number 3. Luna fighting back, though, taking advantage of Tiffany being in a vulnerable position. And Zexus just barely avoids getting hit with a side stick. And now we've got Luna really putting work, and Tiffany's taking so much damage she got onto the second stock, and that side stick nearly takes her out.
Wow. Faison still got 3 stocks. And he takes another one. Oh, my goodness.
He's taking every stock so far on the screen.
Oh, and he does not want to even get hit again. Okay, Zexus scores the downlight, but it's still not enough to kill Faison. What's going to kill this man? He's still going.
Oh, man.
Surely that's enough. Okay. He was so damaged.
They got to take Tiffany down here.
Tiffany's got to be careful. They got him.
Yep.
Did just what you ordered, right? You wanted the breadsticks? They got you.
Oh, right there. Unlimited breadsticks, actually. Oh,
Yeah,
nice follow-up from Zexus. What were you saying?
You're watching Midwest. It's always unlimited breadsticks.
Yes, it is. Oh, man. And, okay, Faison really got damaged. Oh, nice job with the cider there, too. Faison was doing so well in that first stock, but if they're taking this much damage, but the improvised team combos that you were talking about, Faison ready to hit the recovery off of Tiffany right away, putting Luna into deep amounts of damage. And Zex is almost on the verge of losing that last stock to a ground pound from Faison. Faison really uses every single movement ability to really chase after Zexus. They're in sweat.
Keep your eye on Zexus
but
here.
They're aggressive.
I think Zexus's next few moves are going to make or break this game for Team West. He is so close to death on his final stock. Uh-oh, he's alone with the 2 of them. Oh, be careful, Zexus. Oh, my God. Oh, okay. Nice. Avoided it. Luna's back.
This is the first last stock situation for all members that we've had in this 2v2 so far.
Oh, yeah. They've all ended earlier than this. Or one of them would get.
Tiff goes down.
That's a kill. But then Zexus goes down. Faison went to save Tiffany. It was so good, but Luna caught the save and killed her anyway. And now it's up to Faison to fight Luna. This is a pretty close game. This could go either way. Luna's got a bit of a damage lead, but Faison has got so much 1v1 stats. I mean, statistically, I think this should go Faison's way, but obviously we've seen Luna compete in 1v1 so much to so much success. This really could go either way. Faison getting into the red.
Luna's got that clutch factor when it comes to these 2v2 scenarios. We
Yeah,
saw with
we've
the 1v2.
seen it.
This is just a 1v1. But the delayed recovery from Faison.
One more of those might just do it.
Luna's
man.
going for the classic
Taros play. Classic Taros play right there. Faison's not falling for it. And now Luna's got weapon control. Oh, not enough, but getting really close now. Luna wants to finish this. Maintaining weapon control. What's it going to be for Luna, the finisher? Oh, Luna clutching it out once again for Team West. Now up in the set, 2-1. Team West only needs to score one more victory in the 2v2 to push this match to a tiebreaker.
Oh,
and a tiebreaker would be pretty spicy. It would be Boomy versus Java, which we did not get to see in the crew battles because they're positioned on opposite ends of their lineups.
Right. And that's a matchup that I've been excited to see.
Oh, that'd be real spicy, dude. That'd be a real spicy match.
Because when Java really claimed the title of Kingslayer, Boomy was the one he did not slay, right? So
right,
that's why
exactly. It's still an unconquered realm for Java.
Yeah. But we have to get that far. It's 2-1. We're going
let's
into
not
game
get ahead of
number 4.
ourselves, guys. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, but Zexus really did a great job adapting in game number 3 to the point where they were able to get that 2v2 scenario where everybody was on one stock left, and they just managed to pull it out. Luna in the 1v1 against Faison. We were talking about all that 1v1 prowess that Faison has. Luna is just a different player when it comes to these 2v2 matches, and now we've got a 2-1 game points. Let's see if Team West can bring it to the tiebreaker as we're going to game number 4.
Wow. So
Okay.
what's at stake here is that if Team West wins just one more, if they win this game right now, we're going to a tiebreaker. They win the 2v2 round. But Team Midwest in orange has to win twice in a row. What a good combo. Oh man, Zexus interrupted it. A good, not a moment too soon either, because that could have got nasty. It looked like a 0 to death kind of combo they were setting up for.
All right. Oh man, Neutralite hits on the tip. Down to the hit. Zexus almost gets it. Zexus has been going for the greedier punishes off the sidelight. He's been getting a lot of them often. Sidelight Nair is always confirmed. Sidelight side air much harder to hit, but you feel a lot better when it does connect. That time it misses and fades on getting that D-Light recovery onto Zexus. Almost takes the first stock of the game, but no, Luna surprisingly being the first one to go down, and Zexus the alley-oop from Tiffany.
Beautiful alley-oop. That's a
that's
pretty
a
big lead for Team Midwest. Look at Tiffany's health. This could extend quite nicely. Unless, ooh man, unless Zexus lands that side signature. That'll do it.
Oh man, they're just
Oh wow,
ton of
Tiffany
hurt.
actually disengaged out of that downlight side air, which is a guaranteed true combo, because he was so afraid of getting knocked away. We've seen it happen. Oh man. Whoa, no, Tiffany goes down.
Great job.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tiffany and Faison of Team Midwest both down to their second stock now. It's a tie game.
The tie game, Luna and Zexus both have the axe, so that while their team combos have a little bit less flexibility,
Nice.
they're a little bit more comfortable with these punishes here. So we're going to see a ton of sidelight nairs coming out from Luna. These anti-air downlights are amazing. Zexus picks up the punish every time Luna gets hit. We see Zexus dash it with a sidelight.
Yeah.
Perfectly
Oh, what a
Wow.
handoff. That was more than an alley-oop. That was like a lateral. There's some kind of football analogy to land that one. That was crazy. Into a stomp? It slid there perfectly into a stomp. It worked so well. Luna now down to his final stock.
placed. Zexus could follow shortly afterwards. Faison's been great with these edge guards, but no, Zexus turns it around. He gets a grab on Zexus. First time we've seen them get the upper hand on Faison off stage, and Luna getting a true hit.
Team West has the opportunity now. Nice punish by Tiffany. Oh, and then slap Zexus off the side. It's an even game. Everybody is down to their last stock, and the health is completely equal. Oh, man. This is spicy. Team West wins this. We're going to a tiebreaker, guys.
Okay, Luna's really getting hunted down by Faison. On the way back down, Luna gets it down there, tries to go for a second one. Accidental pummel coming up from Faison on the tip, and the weapon knocked out Tiff's hand, but she picks up a new axe.
Oh,
Faison.
Tiffany is very
She went
damaged
down,
right now,
took
but
it to
so
it
is
there.
Luna. This could go either way.
Zexus is really the only one that's been avoiding damage, and there's that sidelight slider I was talking about. That's how they
Tiffany
get the
barely alive. How can she
Faison
survive?
recover-
Yes. Faison
yeah.
relieves the pressure just in time.
Luna make it back. Oh, he gets the recovery. The exhaustive recovery catching Faison off guard. The neutral six disarms Faison. But Luna
Tiffany
goes
gets
down.
the kill.
Zexus.
It's all up to Zexus. Team combo. Oh, man. This is winnable for Zexus. Look at their health.
But they have no jumps left. They have to dodge back to the stage, and Faison's so good at the down. Oh, no, they didn't make it back.
Oh, this is crazy. Oh,
Here, picked up.
Zexus, he's got to clutch this.
He gets him there. Does he get the recovery? Even a ground pound, anything on tip.
So
will put it into a
much.
1v2.
Oh,
but
he lost
gets it
his
with a
weapon.
pogo.
Oh, that might be losing the weapon here. It
It's
really
so tough.
stinks.
But he's still alive. The platform working in his favor, but the recovery from Tip will take Zexus off the top, and they bring it to a Game 5.
Game 5. Holy cow, that was a wild ride, man. That was a roller coaster of a match.
Yes, it was. I am so ready for Game 5 between these two teams, and I'm being a little selfish. I really want to see him bring it to this tiebreaker, so I'm going to be rooting for Team West a little bit. But you know what? This
Just
best
a little
of
bit.
5,
Hey, we all want to see a tiebreaker, guys.
It would be very what's the word, relieving for Team Midwest to take this 2v2, because this would put Team West in a situation where they could end the weekend total on day 4 2-2, right, with their match lineup, which would be amazing for them. And I think that would tie, because Team Midwest only won the 2 in a row from last weekend. They're down a game, so it would tie Team Midwest and West with this matchup right here. And that'd be
crazy.
Unreal for anybody looking at the seeds, right?
That'd be a
Second best
mega
team.
upset for Team West to win this.
So we're in a very spicy situation when it comes to how the matches have been playing out with all the teams in the Pro Series. So really big opportunity to prevent that risk from occurring for Team Midwest. Take this game and you don't have to worry about it anymore. You win 2-0, you put Team West in their place, you say that's why we're seeded top 2, and you move out of the weekend 3-1. But Team West is looking really strong. And if we go back to Mammoth Fortress again, it's anybody's game.
I gotta say, I mean, I imagine even if this does go to a tiebreaker, Boomy is not worried.
You think so?
I can only imagine. Well, maybe deep on the inside, but I'm sure he's like, lol, no problem, let's go.
Yeah.
But maybe on the inside he's a little worried. Maybe.
Well, it's tough to say.
I don't
right?
know. You never know, man.
Loss, it gets a little harder every time. Meanwhile, Team West, like you said, this is momentum against loss of momentum here between these two teams.
Yeah, good point.
So anything's possible. We're in game number 5, and Luna opened up strong with that Nair. Tiff taking a ton of damage. Zexus gets some recovery stuff, but not enough damage on them yet to really worry on Mammoth Fortress. And Luna and Zexus are really trying to take center stage here away from Team Midwest. And it's working. Zexus getting the hits in. The weapon throws from Luna are interrupting the attacks that are hitting Zexus,
Nice
but that
punish.
alley-oop almost
punish
took
for
Zexus
punish
out.
right there. Okay, Luna's taking a lot of damage. Maybe they could score a good finish on Luna, but Luna always extends that stock so well. Look at that. He gave up the true combo again to bail out knowing that there was a punish coming. That's smart play.
Ah, but no punish from Luna off of the D-Light recovery from Phazon. Luna trying to get the downlight on the jump up, but Phazon gets the downlight down air, the side air.
It's not
Luna
enough. Luna can make it back.
Makes it back. But Zexus takes
tricky using that exhausted recovery at the end. Okay.
Yeah, Luna's been crazy about that exhausted recovery.
Wait, what? Zexus, no! Oh, no! Oh, my. Okay.
Great for Team
Midwest. Midwest might just shut this down without having to go to a tiebreaker here. As Phazon has a stock lead compared to everybody else on the field. Let's see what Phazon does with this lead. Wow, that's not bad. Pretty good start. Whoa, but then he gets slapped off the side. Luna with the KO. And now Tiffany may be in trouble.
Let's see. Luna got a nice down air, side air on Tiffany, but Zexus took a ton of damage from Phazon before Phazon going down to that second stock. Zexus I saw Zexus and Luna are both favoring a lot of these axe downlights to preemptively hit Phazon or Tiff for jumping up in neutral, and Phazon's been adapting really well to just waiting for the downlight to come out and then hitting with like a Val neutral sig right afterwards. And now they've got so much damage on Zexus that they just go down, and now Luna in a 1v2 temporarily brings out the neutral sig off the edge, trying to take a cheeky stock, but they just can't find it, and Team Midwest has secured the lead.
This is a pretty significant lead for Team Midwest as well. I mean, Phazon's like so healthy right now. Maybe West's best option is just focus down Tiffany and try to win the 1v2 on Phazon.
Yeah,
but how well can that work when Zexus has about the same amount of health as Tiffany as well?
That's true. The strategy goes both ways, right? And it's just going to be up to who outplays the other.
Oh,
man, that save from Tiffany stopped Phazon from being hit.
That was so good. And Tiffany's been doing that all day.
Oh, dodged. Grab caught almost comes through. Double side. That sider just pierces straight through Zexus and also hits Luna. Luna goes down. Zexus has to run for his life. We
need some support from Luna.
Is that it?
Oh, he's still alive, but just barely. Luna relieving the pressure off of Zexus.
Did Zexus get the return knockout?
He thought about following that up, but then he decided against it. Okay, this is winnable. This is looking rough, dude. Zexus has got to be so careful, and he really is. You can see, nice alley-oop. That was beautiful.
The recovery on Phazon. Zexus avoiding all possible hits from Tiff.
Just can't get hit again. If he doesn't get hit one more time, they might win this. Tiffany goes down. It's a 1v2. Oh my God, they might be able to do this.
They could do it. They could bring it to a tiebreaker. Luna hits the recovery, just allowing Zexus to come back. But Phazon fighting back, uses the dodge. No dodge for 3 seconds. The recovery doesn't hit Zexus. Zexus just runs for his life. Luna tries to go for the nair.
Zexus should play back and that was the follow-up. Okay, all right. It's not too bad. One missed opportunity doesn't mean they lose the game or anything. Phazon's looking really healthy, though, against these two. And even though it's a 1v2, I think maybe the advantage is actually in Phazon's favor.
Okay, they have 4 minutes to hit them with 57 weapon throws and then a side. That's what I'm calling.
Hey, whatever it takes.
No,
Oh, that's the kill. It's a 1v1. Faison might clutch it out for Team Midwest, or will Luna bring us to a tiebreaker? Oh, man, the tension is real. Oh, Luna just actually attacked the wrong way. Are the nerves getting to him?
The side air hit. Okay, recovery hits. He's one sidelight in air, stomp sidelight. They'll bring Faison into enough damage to where he'll be able to get the kill with the dealer recovery.
He did it.
Faison.
Faison clutched it out, and Team Midwest wins the match. No need for a tiebreaker here, folks. They clutched it out in Game 5. Wow, it couldn't have been closer than that. Unbelievable. And Faison with the greatest game he's had all weekend. He took all 6 stocks on that one, man. 800 damage.
Oh my goodness. What a 2v2 coming out from these two teams. I'm absolutely thrilled with how that played out. If it went to a tiebreaker, so be it. It didn't though. And that 1v2 at the very end, Faison getting the revenge on Luna. Luna had taken a 1v2 and a 1v1 against Faison to get those 2 wins for Team West. And at the very end, Faison was able to say, no, we're going to win here. We don't need to go to a tiebreaker. We're going to take a 2-0. And they beat Team West, securing the victory for this Pro Series match.
GG, Team Midwest. Well done.
Wow.
Well done. That was a close one, man. So that means Midwest record is now what, 3-1, and West is 1-3.
Yeah.
And speaking of records, the next match we have coming up, we're gonna have to take a quick break before that. But let me just give you guys the quick heads up that it's Team Canada versus Team South. Both teams have not won a set yet. So it comes down to, like, someone's going to get a big win here. Who's it going to be? We're going to take a super quick break and be right back with more Pro Series action. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back for the final matchup today with the Pro Series North America. I'm Duke, and with me is Sparky.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for joining us back for this next match. It's going to be a good one. We have Team Canada versus Team South. Now, if before the first match of the day was Battle of the Unbeatens, this is Battle of the Only Beatens.
Yeah, both of these teams have gone 0-3, and that's not to discount how they've played. You can see their stats at the bottom there. Team Canada has won a crew battle. They've won some 2v2s, but when it came down to it, they were not able to win out in their sets. On the other side, Team South has won one crew battle and nothing else and has no set victories. This is their opportunity to potentially come out with a W and end this weekend with at least a 1-3, which would be nice rather than the 0-4.
Yeah, Team Canada with those stats, they got to be feeling a little bit of pain there, but they do have a solid team. Now, they did make some swaps from yesterday to today. South also made a swap as well, but Team Canada flipped the order of Kosalix and Meg D in the crew battle. Yesterday, we saw Kosalix coming out first and then Meg D coming in third. Now today we see Meg D coming out first and Kosalix coming in third, and then they also changed the anchor from Meg D to Kosalix.
Yeah, it seems like Meg D is kind of like a lineup-specific anchor that they have, whereas Kosalix is kind of their more all-rounder. When they have someone that they think Meg D is really, really good against, that's when they'll put Meg D in. And then when they're just like, hey, we just want someone who's generally good at the game, then that's when we bring in Kosalix. On the other side, though, Team South also kind of mixing things up. They have Pierre as well as Hardy MJ and Ethan in their lineup for the crew battles, but this time they're having Pierre as the anchor. This was an interesting decision, especially because it was, again, planned on Monday. Ethan was not feeling too hot at the end of yesterday, and he kind of tweeted it out. And with the way that this lineup looks, it would have seemed like that was an active decision to be like, you know what, Ethan didn't feel so great yesterday, let's make the swap. But no, they planned this in advance. Pierre has a very specific counter matchup against, I guess, what they assumed was going to be Kosalix.
Yeah, I was looking at some of Pierre's past tournament performances just because not only is he coming out first for the crew battle, but he is also the anchor for the team. And he doesn't have a lot of PR tournament experience against several of these players on Team Canada, but he does have several community tournament experience against them. He lost to Meg D 0-3 in February 6th. Then he also lost to Meg D 1-2 in the INSIG tournament in April. Then with Kosalix, he lost 0-2 to Kosalix on the 28th of February for Moose Wars. He did win 3-1, but then lost 1-3 in the Grand Finals reset on the 29th of January in AJ Moore's pop-up tournament. And then he also lost 0-3 to Kosalix the 15th of January, just 2 weeks before that, to another AJ Moore's pop-up tournament to Kosalix. So a little bit of a shaky history with both of the main players on Team Canada, but specifically he's going to be starting out against Meg D, and then if there is a tiebreaker, he'll be going up against Kosalix.
Yeah, this is a very interesting pick to put Pierre in. Of course, Pierre's been having a pretty solid Pro Series showing. That Lin Fei of his has been looking really, really cool. He's been going for some really interesting reads that you don't normally see. That are definitely a hallmark of somebody who is very experienced on that legend. Now, I went onto Twitter. I like to go onto Twitter and just get a feel for how people are feeling about these teams. And interestingly enough, Team South was the favorite from the people who reacted or interacted with my Twitter poll, where Team South has a 55% favor over Team Canada, which is a little bit interesting because, again, if you look at that earlier stat, Team Canada has more general set wins, whereas Team South has only won one crew battle.
I wonder if that is a function of like the players that make up the teams in a vacuum, or if that is based on like last week's performances or even just yesterday's performances, because like Pugsy and iThrow didn't have the best performance yesterday. They had some good stuff, but they also had some not so good stuff, especially after what we saw in week 1, where Pugsy and iThrow were looking like a nails team. They were so good together. And Noel in parallel actually kind of surprised me. Noel, like, he's kind of like an old head. He's still a very good player, but he's an old head. His time being the top man on stream has kind of come and gone, but he's still putting up great numbers, especially with Parallel, who's sort of a lesser-known player. I'm looking at Parallel's PR at 17. That's basically worse than everybody on Team Canada except for Crocky. And then Noel at 21, which is worse than everybody on Team Canada except for kind of Crocky coming out of that. So they worked really well together as a team. They would just get a little bit behind, but their numbers were still pretty good. If they could rein that in just a little bit, I think they're actually a really good team. But we have the crew battle first. We're seeing the sort of non-competitive maps being banned out right now. Give me this lineup just again for the people who didn't pay attention to the first one.
All right, so we're getting right on into Team Canada versus Team South for the final match of the day. And again, we're going to do a best-of-3 crew battle. On Team Canada, they're going to be kicking it off with Meg D, followed by Crocky and Koslix. Meg D on the Sentinel, Crocky on the Bryn, and Koslix, of course, on the Macho Man. They're going to be going up against Team South, starting it off with Pierre on the Lin Fei, going over to Hardy MJ on the Sentinel, and then finishing it up is going to be Ethan on the Hattori.
Now we're seeing some high levels here coming up from several players. Crocky on the level 100 Bryn, Koslix on the level 82 with the Macho Man, and then we also have Ethan, of course. I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't have a level 100 Hattori. He does play some other characters, but still, yeah, it's been a lot of that Hattori. I'm a little bit surprised. Of course, it does take a lot of time to reach level 100 on any given character. But still, that is a little bit surprising. Now we're coming in. We got this Sentinel against the Lin Fei. Meg D versus Pierre.
And already starting off Meg D with both weapon controls, wants the Katars, and is already building up a decent amount of damage onto Pierre. Again, denying weapons, wants to prime Katars. So this is Meg D very clearly saying, I want to play with Katars. Pierre, on the other side, would like to play with any weapon. The weapon spawns have not been in his favor.
There you see Meg D covering kind of low and covering high. Started off with the D-Sig and then with the neutral signature reaching into the air, hoping that Pierre would recover high. Meg D definitely getting the better of the damage race so far. Pierre does have a cannon in hand. We could see some strings, but that won't be an option as Meg D is going to pick up the first KO and again have weapon control.
It's been 45 seconds, and Pierre has basically not gotten to play Brawlhalla just yet. Like, he had the cannon for a hot minute, but even then, didn't really get to do much, was thrown off stage basically immediately. Now he's got the Katars in hand. He's getting some damage built up onto Meg D, but man, Meg D is in control.
That's going to be a punish there. Side light into the neutral light. No major signature punish yet. I guess didn't want to send Pierre too far. It definitely wouldn't have led to the kill, so he just wanted to keep Pierre on stage so he can continue string potential.
Meg D going to take another one off of Pierre, and weapon denial and control. Pierre really needs to get this stock. Otherwise, Meg D is almost guaranteed to go plus in this.
Yeah, 3-stock potential is definitely real here. The only real major KO potential that we've seen from Pierre has been those double insigs, which haven't worked, and he's gotten punished for.
Oh.
That's going to be a taunt. Is he having connection issues? Not sure. Or if it was just a bait, he does get the turnaround side air as Meg D does overextend just a little bit. Could have been a misinput as well.
Yeah, an interesting flag emo. I don't actually know what Pierre plays with, but usually when you see someone do it as a misinput, it's because they're controller players and they accidentally tap that right stick. You can actually unbound that, so you never run into that issue.
Yeah, but you don't want to unbind taunting. You want to have that as an option as the moral victory there.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you got to get into the head, but right now Meg D is in the head of Pierre as Meg D takes Pierre out of this one. It is currently 8 stocks left on Team Canada versus the 6 of Team South.
We have double Sentinels here. It's been a hot minute since we had 2 Sentinels on screen. I don't know what they're going for here. I don't know if this is Hardy MJ's answer to the way that Meg D has been playing a lot during the Pro Series, of being very slow, very punish heavy, very waiting for their opponent to attack, but Hardy's going to open it up real nice.
Yeah, I do think that was a little bit of a response to Meg D. Like, characteristically, I know there's a lot of people in Twitch and Twitter that have been saying some things about the way Meg D likes to play a punish game, you know, likes to make the opponent try to move forward, and Hardy MJ's like, all right, I'll wait for the prime opportunity and then blow up big.
The damage is about even here. Hardy's taking a little bit more, but both of these players still in yellow.
Hardy wants
Hardy's
the guitars.
Disarm himself there. Spawn comes in time and in a good spot for him to grab the guitars.
Hardy perfectly fine sitting on this edge. If Hardy takes down Meg D without taking too much damage, this is going to be really good for Team South. And what a change in pace, right? Pierre was playing a little bit more of a traditional Brawlhalla playstyle, a little bit more aggressive. Hardy MG hitting the brakes hard, really brake checked Team Canada.
Now, you did call him Hardy MG, but he is anything but a machine gun right now. Very slow. He's basically a Civil War musket, where in between each hit, he has to pour in the powder, put in the wad, and then the ball.
Yo, but at least this musket has some rifling on that barrel, because he's pretty accurate with his shots so far, getting some good damage built up onto Meg D. That's going to be the stock. And Hardy didn't take too terribly much damage considering Meg D had 2 stocks to start that off.
And he's going to have Crocky coming in, which if you look at PR, Hardy MJ, PR 12 versus Crocky 23. So Crocky is almost double the PR of Hardy MJ. There's certainly an option for a 3 stock here to keep this one and take one away from Crocky, leaving this team in a very good spot.
Yeah, this is Hardy MJ's opportunity to leave with a good lead for Team South. Again, Team South has only won once in the crew battles, which would be their biggest hope right now. Crocky, though, has the axe in hand, can hit some big swinging attacks if he needs to. Oh, a little bit of a misstep there. Misinput on that. Likely wanted a recovery.
Now again, you're seeing Hardy MJ playing very slowly, continuing what he was doing against Meg D over to Crocky. You'll see him dash in, throw out an in-light, and then dash back. He's using that in-light because it throws out more active frames. It's still a relatively safe move. Oh my gosh! Crocky was like, dude, I'm tired of this. I'm going to throw out this D-Sig that lasts 45 years and covers everything around me.
He's like, you know what? You keep spot dodging perfectly. Why don't I just put out too many active frames for you to spot dodge? Crocky does get the stock, but Hardy MJ has that real possibility of getting this stock off of Crocky.
He straight up said, dodge this from the Matrix. And threw out his spiraling blender of death with the down signature.
Gonna back up, pick up another spear. This is Crocky's weapon of choice, known for his spear play. Good spot dodge from Crocky. Man, both of these guys are so good at their spot dodge. Okay.
Oh!
Low for it, but is gonna get punished. Yeah, that's the risk with that one. He put out the ground pound, put a little bit of a hitbox, went low, and was expecting Hardy MJ to back off, but Hardy was like, no, that just means I have to do one button, and you're out of there.
I was almost a little bit confused by that because I saw him go in with the ground pound like he didn't have any movement options and he was just going to die and respawn as quickly as possible. But he definitely did have movement options. I thought he was just straight up throwing that stock away. But he had bigger things in mind.
The Canadian mind games from Crocky. Ooh, the chase down. Nice recovery as he saw Crocky go high off that one. Still, Crocky is getting the better in the damage department. Punish, nice. Hardy MJ waiting out the neutral light. So Crocky threw out the neutral sig, you know, going to have a lot more recovery frames on the tail end of that one, and then immediately threw out the neutral light to try to cover the punish. Hardy was ready for that, waited out both, and then came in.
He's a classic Crocky weapon toss. No nair follow-up. He just wanted to pick his weapon back up and then sort of reset into this footsie game that they're playing. Oh!
That's a scary spot, but Crocky wins out with the recovery. Hammer nair from Hardy MJ and the side sig to punish the spot dodge. Hardy MJ feeling real good right now.
I think Hardy will be happy to get past Crocky if he does, likely. I don't know if Ethan is going to play quite the same way.
Yeah, it's definitely you're going to see very drastic pacing changes with this Team South comp, right? You've got Pierre, pretty standard play style. You've got Hardy, who's going to really hit the brakes, and then you go back to Ethan, who's going to be a little bit faster, coming in with that high movement speed Hattori, as well as the fact that Ethan just likes to play a little bit more aggressive.
There is still a very real chance for Crocky to take out Hardy here. That would be a big win for this team.
Neutral light to punish. Gonna try to chase forward on that one. Crocky disarmed, but still able to pick up the spear. It's the weapon toss.
Now has the axe in hand. Hardy over on the wall, taking his time to get back, using everything. Crocky was ready to back up and just wait for it, and Hardy immediately just blew everything. Saw the sweat beads come out. Even his dodge was gone, so Crocky got the free landing punish and is controlling the weapons here. Crocky playing this last stock very well.
Yeah, Crocky knows that this will set up either team for their final players. Oh, just off the mark. That is unjumpable, but it is still dodgeable. Hardy MJ missing the Sair, though. Both of them still in the red. Crocky trying to whittle down with these pokes. Hardy, weapon control. Neutral Sig, not enough to take the stock off. Oh!
Crocky! Oh, that barely even sent off screen. He's going to have to do more damage.
Sentinel a little bit higher on the defense.
Crocky!
Great weapon toss. Oh, he touched.
Crocky!
Weapon tosses from Crocky, and he's going to shut down Hardy MJ. Can he get the extra credit? No extra credit.
Literally no extra
Literally
credit,
zero.
but man, he took out Hardy MJ. Congratulations, Crocky. Good work on that one.
Didn't even find the extra credit question, but it's Ethan versus Costelix, a straight 1v1. And historically, of late, I want to say it leans a little bit Costelix favored.
The damage so far is in favor of Costelix. Back-to-back neutral lights that did turn Costelix yellow, and a side air, a little bit deeper into yellow on that one. Another side air. Ethan doing a great job so far. Shoot, maybe just stay unarmed. It was great.
I mean, it works really well against Lance. Lance has a lot of like larger hitboxes, right? Longer range. Ooh, but a nice recovery from Costelix. Continuing to deny. Costelix, if you want to talk about weapon priming, Costelix is the guy who weapon primes the most.
Nice spot dodge there to get through it. Unfortunately, he still doesn't have a weapon, so his punishes, while numerous, aren't necessarily the most fruitful.
But yeah, stacked up options can be really, really good against Lance, but Costelix going to find the side air. Ethan going down to the second stock. Costelix not even really in that kill percent. This is going to be tough for Ethan. Good dash dodge from Costelix, and read the jump up from Ethan. Extra damage.
Ethan has Costelix without a weapon. Spawn comes in. It's on the left side. Ethan going for the other direction read. That is a regular read he does out of the side light. He'll go for the D-light the other direction. He'll also go for the side light the other direction. Gets the stock. Also going to have weapon control here. Spawn comes in. Costelix grabs it. It is an axe. Ethan doing some good damage so far. Almost has the lead here despite being behind.
Yeah, Ethan's ability to hit like a neutral light, just poke the opponent and then pick correctly on where to dash forward or backwards. It's working really, really well, but Costelix is still, he's just trading out slightly more effectively. That high defense plus a lot of good damage on the Lance.
A lot of dashes coming out between these two characters. That's primarily the noise you hear.
He didn't have the reactions. Good dodge through from Costelix. Ethan, he had the dodge, right? Like he hit the side light and waited, and then he just didn't react in time. Big neutral sig will launch Ethan. Disarmed. Costelix not able to get back to his lance in time, but he still has a pretty solid axe. Yeah, big side air, and he's going to get weapon control.
So I like the neutral sigs that we're seeing come out from Costelix. He is going to take another stock, but before, Ethan was covering a lot of his landings where Costelix might normally go for a side light and then a follow-up after that. Ethan was covering with a 45-degree weapon toss and then landing and picking it back up. Ethan's going to keep this one even. So to get past that, you saw those neutral sigs coming out. And like the first one hit because Ethan was expecting to toss his weapon to cover the side light landing punish.
Yeah, Ethan not doing the best when he gets caught up in that juggle. When he's on the ground, his dashing can work so well, but man, when he starts getting stuck in the air, Costelix is getting the better of him. Nice pokes coming out from Ethan. Got the movement with the double downlight, that extra 15 damage. Oh, this is close. This is going to be down to the final stocks here.
There's the punish and another neutral signature from Koslix.
Ethan's in trouble. Here's the weapon spawn, picks it up and able to dodge, but a side light side air. Ethan's in trouble. Good dodge.
Gets through the neutral signature. There's a side light, D-light. He goes for the big play there.
Wanted it.
We'll see if that was the right choice. It doesn't seem like that was the right choice. It's going to be Koslix coming in. Pretty even damage numbers across the board for Koslix, Crocky, and Megdi. 591, 590, and 655.
On the other side, Hardy MJ putting out the big numbers. 853 damage done, 733 taken. It was really Hardy MJ who was that pivot point, and we went into a very clean 1v1 for the final stocks, final players. But unfortunately, it was Team Canada to win game number 1. Again, it's a best of 3 in these crew battles. So if Team Canada wins this next one, they win the crew battles portion and we go straight to the 2v2s.
Hardy with the good work. There's the side air that ended Ethan's final stock. I believe we're going to see some beautiful stats coming up. There you see it, the global stats for this team so far. You see that 853 damage. He also took 734. I'm going to have to pull up the calculator and do the math on that. 734 divided by his 3 stocks. 244 and 2/3 repeating. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's great damage per stock. And again, that was why Hardy MJ was able to bring it back. He was going up. The Team Canada was up +2, and Hardy MJ brought it to even, which is really good, basically taking 5. On the other side, though, Team Canada, they're just good. They're consistent. They just got to keep playing their game, and we could see them going home with the victory. Interesting that Megdi, with a 0% signature accuracy, did not hit a single sig. Maybe didn't throw out any. I'm trying to remember.
No, it'll say NA if they didn't throw out any.
He just misses sigs.
Did he really not hit any? All the ones that hit that I'm thinking of must have been Hardy's.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Hardy was hitting sigs, right? Hit the side sig on a Crocky, hit a couple neutral sigs as well. So that was definitely a lot of Hardy MJ's signatures that you were seeing hit.
Koslix also came out with a 50%, and we saw several of those. I think he hit 2 N-Sigs and then maybe missed 2 N-Sigs. I don't remember any other ones coming out other than the neutral sig.
Yeah, actually trying to remember if he threw out any sides or downs, and I can't think of one. But right now we're getting into game number 2, Team Canada versus Team South. Likely looking for a map that's just a good all-rounder. Generally leans in favor of Mammoth, Apocalypse, and Demon Island, and it looks like it's going to be Demon Island for game number 2 of the crew battles between Team Canada and Team South.
Man, Hardy is coming in with deck stance as well, so he's taking out of defense. With 6 defense, he almost took, on average, 250 damage per stock. That's incredible. That's some of the best I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's really impressive stock extension. But coming into this one, Pierre doing much better. Likely had a little bit of a wake-up call on that one. Knows that if he can put out some good damage, maybe go even with Meg D, then that's going to set his team up big for Hardy MJ.
He might have to lean on the cannon if the rest of the game is reflective of this one. He throws it away, so his next weapon pickup is going to be the Katars. Going Katar v Katar against Meg D. Pretty scary, but he's handling it.
Nice ground pound. Meg D did get the wall touch, so Pierre knows to be in position, but doesn't need to do it. Meg D gonna fall. Pierre with plenty of health to play in this one. What an adjustment.
Now, I saw that D-Light come out, and that was away from the wall, which the only place Meg D could have recovered to, if there was even enough recovery options, would have been to the wall, and he would have had to blow everything. Of course, Meg D couldn't make it to the wall, but that D-Light going away from the wall, if Meg D had like one more option, that D-Light would not have been the answer. That wouldn't have led to the kill. He had to do that towards the wall. I'm going to chalk that up to a misinput, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand if it maybe was a misinput or maybe it was just I need to make sure Meg D doesn't touch me so we can't
That also
that
could be
dodge.
An option as well.
D-Light in there, though. Pierre going to take another one. What a reversal. Pierre looking so strong against Meg D.
That neutral sig he picks up with the cannon, that must have been at max range, too.
Yeah, that was hitting the peak of that cannon. McD gonna try to slow this down a little bit here. Wants to make sure that Pierre can't get the guaranteed plus. Side sig will launch, side air will finish off that first stock of Pierre.
He's going to take that stock and also make sure that he doesn't have 0% signature accuracy, because he did at least hit that side signature this time.
Honestly, that's the most important stat right there, is that signature accuracy. Dash movement Pierre, trying to use a weapon toss to open up McD. Again, McD kind of known for that that slower play style, forcing people to make those approaches.
Pierre continuing to hold a nice lead here as McD dodges through that neutral signature. Trying to control the ground. Neutral air's very airborne. Recovery's very airborne as well. And then you immediately retreat back to the ground. That neutral sig hitting again. There's the side air. Going to put McD off stage. Tossing the weapon very high. Picking up the guitars. Even throwing that fire breath down over the corner.
Yeah, went for the Spitfire there. Didn't quite work out as McD was high, but Pierre just trying to put out some threats. Just make McD think about what Pierre is going to go for. Weapon does get denied, and McD, with the weapon control, is backing away from Pierre's unarmed.
Pierre without a weapon. Double slide in. Gets slapped off stage, recovering very high. McD retreating back to the ground.
Nice
the weapon
slap.
toss, and then a big slap. Going to send McD over the edge of the neutral light.
Nice read.
And the neutral signature. Good read.
That is something that is uniquely Lin Fei, right? Like, most other Qatar characters have to go for a second read there. They go for the N light, and then they have to go for a dodge read with another N light recovery. Crocky putting down the controller as Pierre's just going to juggle. And the fun fact is, Crocky has to do something. Otherwise, Pierre can just keep juggling timeout, and that's going to be a South dub in crew battles, but that would be a 16-minute timeout, which is pretty hard to do.
Crocky does have to do something, but like you said, there's really not... It's not a buzzer going down that he has to check up at and go, oh no, I have 10 seconds all of a sudden. We saw Crocky play last game really slow as well. So he could do that for several minutes and then just hope that Pierre gets a little bit impatient.
Well, we did see Pierre opt to throw the cannon and aggress, so we are going to see some combat on these stocks. But man, Crocky, he's got to play it safe, which is one of the reasons why you're not seeing him over-aggress. He knows that he's got to take down Pierre, and then he still has to play against the 3 stocks of Hardy MJ, and now it's Crocky's turn to juggle. Pierre going to go straight in.
Ooh, he's able to get to that weapon spawn. That one helped him out as he was moving to the right side of the stage to avoid Pierre's pressure incoming from the cannon.
Nice weapon
There's
toss to
the
stop
classic
the
Crocky. That's what we love to see, that weapon toss into the Nair. This time it was a neutral light as he didn't pick up his weapon, landing completely stacked on the Pierre.
Yo, but things are starting to look rough for Crocky. Already in the red on this first stock. Nice dealer recovery, getting some good damage. Weapon tosses again to initiate responding in kind from Crocky. Just weapon tosses the game. Nice big side sig, and Pierre going to go plus in this crew battle.
I think he got caught in that from like behind Pierre or maybe nearly stacked, kind of like you can sometimes from the Diana both side signature.
Yeah. It is a circle moving around the character. She's doing some spinning. Crocky going to eat a weapon toss. Pierre using that opportunity, but unfortunately that's the only damage that was able to be put out onto Crocky's second stock.
Neutral light going to put Pierre further into the orange. You see Crocky being very careful. That weapon toss actually turned Pierre red. If Crocky can make something happen here, that got the dodge, but Crocky's going to back away and then move forward with the unarmed side heavy. Going to take out that stock, putting his team in a decent position. He's taken very little damage on this stock. We'll see if Hardy MJ can come out and do big work like he did last game.
Yeah, this is still a tough spot for Team Canada considering how Hardy played the last crew battle. But maybe Crocky is making that adjustment. Didn't take too much damage like you said. Did lose a stock though, so it is still a deficit for Team Canada. Hardy playing a little more aggressive in this one. Knows that his team has the advantage, so he's starting to try to push it.
Man, there's so many weapon tosses. Yeah. That's like the only thing that is coming out from these players. Yet another weapon toss from Crocky.
It's such a momentum stopper. Like if you try to dash forward and you just eat a weapon toss to the face, you just have to think about that one. But still, Crocky is now unarmed. Does pick up the spear off that neutral air. He's immediately weapon toss again.
Definitely a huge change of pace from the Midwest versus West crew battle that we saw earlier. You know, variety is the slice of life, as they do say.
Isn't it spice? Isn't it?
What?
Isn't it the spice of life?
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said slice.
No.
Like a pizza slice. Side sig from Crocky, though, does take down a stock from Hardy MJ. So you're not going to see those big numbers that we saw in the last crew battle, but still, Hardy MJ doing good work, making sure that his team stays up for that potential W over Costelix. I think Hardy MJ might be thinking that, like, hey, I need to at least put some damage on the Costelix so we can go up Ethan versus Costelix.
Crocky backing up, throws a neutral air, backs up again. Another neutral air.
Nice weapon toss pogo. Both
Lots
of them
of
doing that like
dashes coming
dash
out.
jump. Yeah. You'll see them, they'll see them give space, and then they'll do that dash jump at each other. Crocky opting to go for the long reach with that dash inside sig. Ooh, good dodge to avoid the down signature from Hardy MJ. Had that spike potential.
You know what? I'm really glad that they don't charge you per dash in Brawlhalla.
Man, that would be quite the penalty for both of these players if they charged per dash. Quite the bill they'd rack up. Again, the weapon tosses from Crocky. Disarms himself. Hardy MJ taking the opportunity to steal out the weapon. Crocky finds another weapon spawn.
If Crocky grabs this stock, that's going to be huge.
It's going to be nice. Hardy wants this extra stock to work on Costelix. Little early on that one, and Crocky's going to get back. Hardy thought he had it.
Crocky's been dodging through those down sigs, too. He's been nailing the timing on it. And Hardy's been doing the same thing several times in a row.
Yo, I mean, it's been kind of working so far. Crocky with a great sidelight, actually beating out the stomp from Hardy MJ, and there's a stock off of Hardy. Crocky's got this numerically even. If he can get that damage built up on Hardy MJ, things won't be too bad for Costelix.
He's going to go for the D-Sig again. No, he's just kind of backing up. Doesn't have a true option here now that Hardy has the Katars in his hands. He can go for a raw signature. He can hope to get a D-Light recovery or an N-Light recovery, or maybe just waiting for the weapon spawn to come in so he has the consistency of hammer. Yep, yeah, there it is.
Be it. There's the swap. Neutral light, not going to lead to a knockout. Doesn't even lead to the off-screen for Crocky. Hardy likely looking for, oh, he's looking for a raw six. I was going to say he's likely looking for the stomp. That's the more consistent knockout tool, but Crocky's, he's doing this right. He's getting this damage. He's just slowly whittling away, but there it is. Stomp into side air, and now Hardy MJ, it's on him to get the extra credit for the team. He has to get damage built up onto Costelix, otherwise it's going to be a straight 1v1, and Costelix won the last one.
RC and Costelix chase after Hardy MJ. Always making sure there's not too much space between them, but he doesn't overextend.
Ooh, that's a burned dodge. To do that gravity cancel side light, he had to burn the spot dodge in the air, which means he's got the longer punish window. 2 seconds in the air, 1.5 of him touches, and Costelix gets the stock. I don't know if that's enough extra credit.
Yeah, Team Canada definitely in a good spot here. Costelix looking to open up Ethan. You see the side light, then he just completely waited. Was hoping he
I
could
like
get a
the way he
movement
played that.
option and then go to work on that spear.
Yeah, you saw Kosliks immediately dodge up. He was in the air. Ethan was really trying to catch a landing, but oh, here comes the damage. Good punish from Ethan from below. Double recovery, but the defense of the Macho Man is too much. Ethan bleeding out here. Misses the neutral sig, and Ethan can't punish or touch.
And Kosliks does have a pretty good lead here. He's not too deep in the red. He's not even in the red at all. He's still in the orange. You can see him get hit, and he's still blinking orange, even though that health bar on the right is looking a little bit more towards the right or the red side.
Another side air from Kosliks. D-Light recovery, still not enough. Macho Man, he is just too tanky. Finally, the D-Light recoveries, but Ethan is the one who looks like he got extra credited. He's gotten more damage on the second stock.
Immediately throws the axe away, hoping for a spawn to come in. There it is. It's on the right side. Kosliks able to grab that one.
Kosliks kind of knowing how these weapon spawns work. He threw it away and immediately went over to the other side, expecting that weapon spawn, and was ready for it. Get the follow-up there from Ethan. Ethan's sword looking really good in this matchup. He was playing spear a lot, and it just wasn't really working out. Now he's over to the sword, and things are looking a little bit better.
He's finding these one hits quite often, and even a follow-up reasonably frequently. Doesn't go for the D-Light Dare recovery on the first one because he knew he couldn't get it. The D-Light came out, and Kosliks was still in the orange. On the second one, he knew he was in the right damage range to get the full 3 hit. Knew based off the positioning of where he hit the Dare that it wasn't too much the edge of that cone to where he could find the recovery afterward.
Yeah, really well done from Ethan. The first time did it just kind of a feeler out, kind of get a feel of how Kosliks was going to move. And then second time, pulls the trigger, gets the stock, and Ethan's got health to play with here. Things are looking good for Team South. Good spot dodge from Ethan. Goes for the D-Light side air there. Not the optimum damage, but just wanted to steal back some stage. Neutral sig from Kosliks on the wake up will put them into final stocks.
Now Ethan's still in the lead here. This makes me a little bit worried for Team South now that they swapped Ethan off of the anchor and put that pressure onto Pier. We don't know how well Pier is going to do against Kosliks, but he does have a losing record, but we may not even get to that point.
That is all for the future to decide. Nice follow-up there. GCN Light, true combo for damage onto Kosliks. Again, recognizing this is Macho Man. Needs to get more damage. The side sig, and Ethan is going to put one on the board. We're going to game 3.
Man, that game was long. You're seeing Pier doing 814 damage. Big work on that. Also took 4 stocks. So he took his allotted 3 plus 1 there. You're seeing the beginning of this game. Man, that was a long game.
Yeah, definitely one of the more paced ones. This is this crew battle is a marathon for sure. But you got to give credit to Pierre, right? Like you said, 814 damage coming in as that front man for Team South. That's what your role is when you're in the front. You want to get your team that early lead. And Hardy MJ didn't put out the best numbers, but still he was keeping it close, keeping it even, and a lot of it was just like maintaining that lead that Pierre had built.
You're seeing those stats up. Kosliks again with 50% signature accuracy. Now you're seeing that NA coming in and Ethan's signature accuracy. It's going to be bottom right. That means he didn't throw out any
No, he had a side
signatures.
sig at the end.
He did?
Yeah. That was
Oh,
the
yeah, he
finishing-
did. Creed. I've not trusted Creed stats several
Once,
times,
ever.
and some of those times I have been wrong. So I was trying to lean on those a little bit more, show my good friend Part of the Creed that I support him in his work. But I'm a skeptic every time now. I literally don't believe any of it anymore.
Conspiracy theorists about that sig accuracy. Either way, though, the long thoughts being put into this one. This is important, right? Again, Team South has only won 1 set in the entirety of the North American Pro Series, and it was in a crew battle. So this is their hope to win this crew battle here and put themselves 1 up. On the other side, Team Canada has won a set in crew battles. They've won 2 in 2v2s. They're feeling okay, but still, you want that W so you don't have to think about even playing for that tiebreaker. This is important. This is kind of a critical spot here for both teams to get that early lead, because again, neither of these teams has won an entire match against another region.
Now, the one thing I'm thinking of is for the anchors, let's just say we do have a tiebreaker. They are having to play these long games, which, yeah, you play your part and then you kind of sit down and watch your teammates going. But it's still like the game is a drag, and these long games are going to test some of the endurance of these players. These are like 14.5-minute crew battles. That ain't short.
Yeah. And especially in crew battles, like, it's one of those ones where you have to, you as a player on a team, you feel like you have to be on the entire time, right? Like, you can't play your 3 stocks and then just go sit back and, you know, drink some water, drink some tea, go pee, you know? Like, you have to be there for your team. So you have to be active and watching. MDVA going to make the swap over to the Ember for game number 3 and immediately runs off. First 10 seconds, so might be okay, but there's going to be a lot of running coming from Team Canada as I think we're going to reset this one.
No. We're going to have to watch 7 more stocks run off the edge here.
No easy way to reset this one. Looks like there was a little bit of a misstep. Maybe Team Canada didn't want Small Brawlhaven, or MDVA didn't like how the start went. I'm not sure, but either way, looks like we're going to be resetting this one for Game 3, Team Canada versus Team South. Again, this is our final region of today. Both of them fighting to try to get a win before next weekend.
That definitely could be some connection issues going into this. MDVA last game was only able to take 1 stock from a very recently placing very highly player like MDVA. That's sort of completely unexpected. Now, we are seeing a little bit of damage. It was Pierre coming out with 10 damage and Koslix coming out with 45 damage on that one. But nobody could find a KO. It's accidents all the way across the board.
I got to say, I think the SIG accuracy on that one with probably a lot of NAs.
I want to see it. Can you show us? Production, please. I want to see if Creed is lying still.
Koslix's 45 damage, I will say, was actually him delaying the restart of this one. So if anyone's like, why aren't they in it? Blame Koslix a little bit on that one. But MDVA going to reset, and we're going to get ready to go into this next one. Looks like, okay, they wanted to all hop out and come back in. But we're going to reset. It's going to be Game 3 of Team Canada versus Team South. There you see NAs across the board. Good job, Creed.
You did it, Creed. You did it on this one. See if we can keep up that accuracy going forward. I still won't trust it, ever.
Yeah, I mean, a broken clock's right twice a day, right? So he got one. But either way, we're going to get ready to get into the next one. Can't switch characters. I don't think you can switch maps unless there was an issue with the map banning stage specifically, and Team Canada was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Y'all jumped to Small Brawlhaven. We didn't even want to leave that on the board, something like that. I don't know, but either way, getting ready to get into this one. Looks like they're talking out a little bit.
Yeah, MDVA did say in in-game chat that he was on 2-bar.
Yeah, okay. A little bit of connection issues there. Again, Team Canada drafted predominantly Canadians, so it might be just that Canadian internet. I don't know what the providers are up there. I'm sorry.
They're probably like Spectrum. There you go. There you see some stats from Crocky. You see PR23 in 1v1s, 32 top 32 placements, 4 top 8 placements. Man, I always love to see a Crocky top 8. That makes me so happy. It is so enjoyable to see because you know he's loving it. There you saw some of his notable placements, but you didn't get to see it for too long because we're getting into the game, which is what Twitch chat is actually really here to see.
For sure.
They don't care about any of this. They don't care about you and I. They just want to see the games.
We don't care about numbers unless that number is how many stocks left are on the opposing team. It is Pierre versus MDVA for Game 3 of the crew battles, and like I was trying to say at the start of the last one, MDVA making the swap over to the Ember. This is kind of his history to pick, the character that he did so well with when he blew up in the seasonal.
Gonna have a possibly juicy signature kit here. Everybody loves that bow neutral signature.
Good positioning from Pierre. MDVA gonna swap back to the Qatars. Still weapon advantage to MDVA. And if the first crew battle match was any indication, that's really good for Team Canada. Oh, but Pierre putting some pressure out. Good spot dodge to the neutral light of Pierre, but a wake up from Pierre will immediately turn that around.
And he got 2 hits off of it. Got the dare in light instead of just a neutral light. It's just two Qatar players going at it. Big slap for Pierre, going to put him in the advantage state as Meg D is recovering back to the platform. Does hit a recovery, gets onto the main platform. There's that bow neutral signature. Of course, picked up the spawn, giving him the bow in hand. Nice. Neutral signature, just raw from Pierre, punishing the recovery back to the main platform from Meg D.
Really well done from Pierre, but still, oh man, he is pushing that advantage. Big damage for Pierre, getting 4 or 5 hits on that one, continuing it. No response from Meg D just yet. This is nice for Team South.
Went in with that ground pound, too. Really wanted to put that pressure on it. It was very telegraphed, too. That was like a 2017, 2018 wrench ground pound.
Yo, I will say, though, for those Qatar players out there, ground pound does do the most damage per move. So maybe that's what Pierre was doing, just trying to get that quick damage. Another recovery comes out in position. Went for a gravity cancel neutral light there. Very interesting option, especially because he was in sweat beats. He didn't have anything to follow that one up.
Man, Pierre has backed up and run away from 2 of those bow neutral signatures perfectly. He knows that's coming, because if that was a bow D-light that he was expecting, he wouldn't run away like that because he would get hit.
Yeah, man. He is ready for it, and he's spacing it just right. Like, I'm surprised he got underneath that Raven from Meg D. Neutral light going to give Pierre the weapon. The right move from Pierre could lead to the knockout, but it is going to be hard again. The Qatar is not really a tool to have, like, D-light side air or anything like that.
Back-to-back side light, in lights, putting out some good damage. Bringing the damage differential between these two a little bit closer. Now Pierre has the cannon, of course, has the D-Light Nair as the KO option, or the neutral signature. He's been loving that one. A neutral light is going to KO here on the small Brawlhaven. Picked up right over on the right edge of the main platform. That's going to be his KO option. Has a good lead.
Nice pickup from Meg D. Will put Pierre off screen, comes back, touches the wall, will reset those jumps. The D-Light actually connecting onto Pierre, but Meg D wasn't ready for it to hit, so couldn't get the follow-up.
Oh, that one hit as well, but was interrupted by the weapon toss. Another weapon toss coming out. Another D-Light hitting. Wasn't in the position to pick up the recovery afterward, though.
But still, Meg D, all he needs to do is hit a D-Light, can go for the recovery for the knockout, or just a neutral light, and we're back to even. Game number 3. Pierre has to set his team up nice.
Now, D-Light into the recovery on the bow will kill like one iteration earlier, but the D-Light into the neutral light is easier to hit, especially if you're not a bow player. It's much easier to hit, and you only have to hit like one more of those for it to still KO.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice, consistent tool, D-Light recovery. Just a slightly more optimal knockout tool. Yeah, really backed off there. Punish opportunity, hits the neutral light. Opted not to go for some sort of combo starter there with like a D-Light dare. Just barely jumps out of that one. Weapon toss trades out. Meg D not able to get the weapon pickup, but still has that damage advantage over Pierre. Guitar pickup. Neutral sig, and Meg D going to take the lead for Team Canada.
That bird was hungry, too. It came out so many times and didn't find anything to eat. That time, it took a chunk out and a big chunk as it got the KO. Meg D only in the orange here, so 100+ damage, but less than 150 damage on this stock.
We have seen Hardy MJ steal away that lead, though, from Team Canada. That's what happened in the first crew battle. Team Canada still was able to close it out. Nice jump from Meg D, expecting that down sig from Hardy MJ. Slap down. Another slap, and Hardy MJ is going to even this one up. Didn't take too much damage for that one, and sticking with the Qatars.
That was a good punish option as well. It wasn't anything that risked too much time where you had to like think ahead of time, where would he be so I can queue up the down signature that has a lot of startup frames, or where exactly do I start my ground pound so it'll hit. No, he just waited for something where he could react easily to the movement that was coming in. He hit the side air. That was all it took.
Yeah, just had it right positioned. Expected the wake-up jump there from Crocky, which is why he backed off and did like a jumping nair. Crocky, though, went a little lower, still touching the ground. So far, trading between the two of them. Looking like Lil Cat with that low recovery from Crocky. Hardy MJ denying the weapon pickup, but Crocky's been in this position plenty of times. There's the weapon spawn. Hardy gonna just cover, trying to trap it, picks up the hammer. Look at all those sidekicks in the back.
Yeah, what?
Every player has one.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true.
It's all of their sidekicks just watching for them. Nice falling nair from Hardy MJ. Yeah, he burned a lot on that. You're really floating out there.
Hardy's
Ooh,
still
close.
behind in terms of damage.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hit the side light, D-light into the side air, gets the KO. Crocky continuing the lead here. Gonna shift up his weapons just a little bit. Now has the axe in hand.
Crocky going in. Hardy can't punish the whiffed ground pound. Went for a jumping nair on that one. Falling side air. Good spot dodge. Scoop up. Needs another hit. Neutral sig, and Hardy MJ keeps this even. Little by little, Hardy MJ is closing that health differential.
We'll see if anything changes now that he's not really so far behind. If he'll pick things up just a little bit, because we are on a small map where his weapons will knock out earlier. If he can put maybe some pressure onto Crocky. He's doing a better job this game. He doesn't have that long Demon Island to run around on or any other long stage.
Yeah, definitely a lot less space to move around your opponent. But with that, like you're kind of saying, the right side sig could lead to a knockout very quickly on small Brawlhaven. This is one of the smallest maps in the game. Falling weapon toss. Nice pogo. Ooh, big attempt there from Hardy MJ. Crocky going to capitalize on it, but Hardy gets back up with the recovery. Big side sig. That's what I'm talking about. Hardy MJ catching the movement of Crocky, and Hardy MJ in a good position to take the lead for Team South.
Yeah, you called that one perfectly. They do call you the Duke Stradamus of Twitch. That's for sure. They call you that all the time. I've heard it.
I asked them not to. I was like, please, you know, I'm a real humble guy, but they keep saying it. I can't help it.
That is true. You are humble. They call you the humble bundle of Twitch, indeed.
Yeah, I'm a man of many nicknames, but right now Hardy MJ only needs one stock, not a nickname, to get through Crocky and go on to Koslix. He's stuck on this corner here. Likely will do a jump weapon toss. Yep, and that'll guarantee he landed.
Ooh, nice weapon toss. Continued that string. The side light neutral air.
Oh, through
that was stacked, so he couldn't find the hit on it. Neutral light comes out. It's from the left side, sending to the right. Didn't even send Hardy off screen. If he had it sending the other way, that absolutely would have led to a KO.
Good avoidance from Hardy MJ. It's a side light, but can't get the follow-up. Looking very similar to how the last crew battle went. Good spot dodge from Crocky. That seems to be Hardy MJ's like main way of getting back up onto the stage, is do a jump weapon toss, similar to how a lot of people do like a jump side air, and then get back up. Don't really worry about being disarmed. Worry about having your feet on the ground.
Crocky controlling the weapon, throws his spear, picks up another one, neutralites over the corner. Hardy MJ making sure he stays low. Doesn't want to get hit by anything coming right over the corner as he peeks his hurt box up. As the hammer goes for the side air. Doesn't quite have the range on it. Crocky was just a little bit too far away. Hits the side sig again. Right as 10 minutes happened. That's averaging about 5 minutes per 3 stocks of Team Canada.
Those side sigs doing great work for Team South. Hardy MJ, though, wants to get this extra credit. He was able to add up a little bit of damage onto Koslix in the last crew battle. Likely wants some more. Koslix doing a huge job just dashing around underneath Hardy MJ.
You saw Hardy
Not
give
letting it
Koslix a lot of respect there. Koslix went with the big ground pound going in deep, and Hardy just recovered back to the platform. Didn't even try to push that situation.
Stomp, scoop up, goes for the nair, needs more. Can't quite hit it. Great damage, though, for Hardy MJ. Again,
So
the
that's
jump weapon toss.
Good extra credit. Koslix not quite in the red yet.
Oh!
Man, that even almost KO'd. Hardy's not even red either.
If Hardy doesn't get the stock extra credit, I'm still sweating a little bit for Team South because all Koslix needs is 1 or 2 jump reads, and that's a stock stolen on a map like Small Brawlhaven.
I mean, even just hitting the side air in orange in the right spot, he's going to get the KO here, which is definitely not out of the realm of possibility for Koslix whatsoever.
Spot dodge, and he opted to charge the weapon toss. Make sure this weapon spawn is delayed just slightly. Ethan throws out the side sig, doesn't connect.
It's not going to be the game-winning option like he got last time.
There's the punish from Ethan, and things are looking all right for Team South. Ethan denying weapons and taking note. Wants to stick with the sword in this matchup against Koslix. Oof. That was a risky spot dodge right in the face of Koslix, but Koslix not able to capitalize.
Ooh, Ethan.
Let's go.
He's putting good damage. That second dare turned Koslix orange. A little bit
punish.
over 100 damage on that stock. Now he's red. That damage was out of very quickly. Went for the dare. Oh, he found another neutral signature. Good work from Ethan. Those Hattori neutral signatures earlier from Team Northeast and now from Ethan. Been working great today. Hattori Insig is back, baby.
Hattori Ensig back on the menu. Hattori's everywhere crying out in joy, but a side air from Koslix will at least get this one closer. 2 stocks left for Ethan versus the 1 of Koslix.
That's going to be a punish. He went for the neutral light, trying to put out as many active frames as he could to catch Ethan in maybe spot dodging in place or maybe a couple other positions as well. Nice double D-light into the recovery. Not quite getting the KO here.
Things looking all right for the South. Koslix close to that kill percent. It is Small Brawlhaven, so that high defense not going to be as great. There it is. Ethan is able to close it out for Team South. They're going to go 1-up over Team Canada for the crew battles.
And good work from everybody on these teams. Pierre, even though he picked up 2 KOs, put out 504 damage, which is a good number. Meanwhile, Hardy MJ, he hit the jackpot, putting out 777 damage done. Also picked up 4 KOs. Here was Crocky versus Hardy MJ. There's that side signature that you called out several times back to back.
He was hitting those side sigs. Koslix, though, did a great job bringing it down to final players there. Ethan he had the number. The sword play from Ethan really working out. And I'm still a little nervous for Team South. Of course, I have to root for South being a person who lives in the southern states of the United States because Pierre's not the one going in, or sorry, Ethan's not the one going into Koslix. If Ethan was the anchor for Team South, I'd have a little more confidence because Ethan looks like he knows the matchup. But it's going to be Pierre, and Pierre's been playing the Lin Fei, and Lin Fei doesn't have a sword or a spear, so there's not that much he can take from watching how Ethan played against Koslix. That's going to be a scary tiebreaker if we fall to that.
Yeah, that's the very big question mark. We'll see if Pierre is capable of doing that. But first, we're going to move into the 2v2, which is a best of 5 compared to the crew battle best of 3. So still, we got a lot more Brawlhalla coming for you right now. It is going to be Noel and Parallel from Team South against Pugsy and iThrow from Team Canada.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Like you said, Team South made that adjustment, shifted. It was Hardy MJ and Parallel for their 2v2s, and it looks like they made that shift over to have Noel in the 2v2s, and it's been working pretty well. Him on the Koji alongside Parallel, who had to make the switch over to the Thor. Actually, wait, no. Wasn't he on Val? I can't quite remember.
Parallel was playing Thor.
Yeah, I know Parallel was on the Thor. Who was Noel on?
Yeah, he was on Val. Yeah, he was Val.
He has the Koji, but he was on the Val, which is a really good startup tool, right? It's a really good twos character because she's got neutralites for days that they set up so incredibly well. You saw them have some showings of some team combo things that they can do. So I'm really excited to see Team South with Noel and Parallel. On the other side, Pugsy and iThrow, they are doing some great work. They hit the upset when they played against Team Northeast, beating out Simba and Santi. So this is no team to sleep on.
But Noel and Parallel actually yesterday in game 1 of the 2v2 took it to last hit red against Simba and Santi. So they definitely had the potential there to take that game. There you're seeing Noel on your screen. You don't have his Twitter but I will look that up. I believe it's Noel BH.
I think so.
Look that up for you right now to give that to you. It's Noel BH _ if you want to follow him on Twitter. Good placements right there. BCX 2020, 17th place. Mammoth Cup, 13th. Keep in mind, those were some Great Sword meta tournaments where he was not playing Great Sword. So that's him adapting to that meta and still coming out with top 16 or around top 16 placements. So his adaptability, even after all these years and being sort of an older player, like he's not Wilson's age, but he's not a 14-year-old Zoomer who's cracked out and has lightning fast reflexes.
It is worth pointing out with that stats page that is a little bit recency biased. A lot of us old head Brawlhalla players know Noel. At one time, one of the most consistent top 8 placers in the world. At one time, was up there for the top 2 finishing players in North America. He had a rivalry with Boomy back in the day. Like, Noel is a very, very, very historied Brawlhalla player, and unfortunately of late hasn't been doing as well, which is what you saw in those placements, but hopefully looking to do well here as we're getting ready to get into this one. It's going to be a Val Hattori for Team South versus a Finn Bodvar for Team Canada.
Yeah, Parallel coming in with this level 49 Hattori. Now I'm looking at their games yesterday. I think they stuck with the same characters the entire time, all the way through game 3 of the 2v2. So maybe they just aren't feeling that today. Of course, Noel is going to stick with the same one while Parallel is changing. Just coming in with the base stance as well. No defense increase, no strength increase, no movement speed increase, nothing like that. Just coming in with the standard. Same thing for Noel. They're both base stance.
Yeah, this does make me a little bit nervous. Usually you'll see the Vals go in, try to get that 5.5, 6.6 stat line. Like, sure, having that high movement speed is good, but you want a little bit more. And then on the other side, Hattori is usually put into that defense for a little bit more survivability. At the very least, my biggest concern with this Team South comp is that they don't have a big damage dump or a big defense dump character, right? Like, they have 2 really good setup characters, but you don't have anything like a hammer, you don't have anything like an axe to just get that extra big hit follow-up.
So one thing that sort of plagued Noel in Parallel yesterday was in 2 different games, one of them took like an insane amount of damage very quickly. That kind of put them behind their teammate. One of the games, it was Noel taking a lot of damage and then going out super early. The other one was Parallel taking a lot of damage and then going out super early. So if they can kind of normalize that, they have a real good chance here. I mean, they had a real good chance against Simba and Santi, so I got to think they have a good chance against Pugsy and iThrow here. Gonna fall reasonably early compared to everyone else, but not super early if they're able to sort of rein things back in control and start putting out that damage. Noel, with the attempted edgeguard situation, deals a little bit of damage there, gets back. Parallel's gonna take out iThrow.
Yeah, Noel earlier went for that blind recovery in the deep end and unfortunately ended up recovering into a weapon toss. A nice neutral sig, though, from Parallel will even up the stock count here between the 2 teams. Pugsy, again, it's very impressive when somebody's able to make the Finn the Human work in 2v2s because that's a low defense legend in a space with a lot of hitboxes.
For that neutral signature. It doesn't end up hitting, but Parallel does find a neutral light that sends Pugsy flying to the left side of the screen. The D-Light side air is going to be a KO. and we are completely back to dead even after 2 knockouts were found for each team.
Things are literally as even as they can get right now. You got the recovery from Parallel onto iThrow. Ooh, big neutral air will put Noel in a dangerous spot at the top of the map, and Noel's trying to slow it down. You see how he's trying to play further back, but the side sig from iThrow takes him out.
Pugsy just kind of jumping and fast falling over on the right soft platform, then moves down through the main platform over to the left soft platform. Parallel looking for a KO on iThrow. Back-to-back recovery is only the first one hit. GC side signature, really hoping to find a read there. The D-light that would have led to the Sair or a recovery to KO is interrupted by Pugsy. They find a KO anyway.
iThrow playing so incredibly well. You got to give credit to Pugsy for that save there. But still, iThrow was dominating, took 3 stocks for that second of his. And now it's on Team South to make the decision. Do they try to add up this damage onto iThrow, maybe hope for the 1v2 against Pugsy? Do they try to get Pugsy out of this one so that they can get everyone onto their final stocks? It's a tough call to make.
Ooh, they're going to have to hit yet another recovery. I thought the one from Noel was going to KO, but it wasn't enough. So he hit yet another one that looked like 2 from Noel and then 1 from Parallel before that it took to KO Pugsy. So Pugsy definitely doing a great job. You talked about that lower defense, and not only does he have that lower defense and going on pace with the other players in the game, but he's really ahead of them in terms of the damage that he's taking and the stocks that he's losing.
Pugsy's doing a really good job with the stock extension on this low defense ledge. Another recovery from Parallel. That's one thing that's working really well for Team South is that they're doing a lot of these recoveries from below. Those soft platforms can look safe, especially on Miami Dome, but man, if you've got a sword recovery from underneath, that can be real nice.
Not only just the recovery, but you got to be working towards not getting hit by those neutral signatures that Noel is really starting to bring out. Oh my gosh! He just fell for 100 years and still couldn't get over to the wall in time. I don't know if he was just falling, hoping that there was going to be a save from his teammate or what happened, but he just straight up fell.
He thread the needle, but forgot to tie the knot, and unfortunately lost the sewing needle on that one. He just fell. He was just gone. And that was all she wrote. Game 1 goes the way of Team Canada. Again, Team Canada is playing for the tiebreaker. They have to win 2 more in this best-of-5 2v2 set. Otherwise, Team South is going to take the dub.
That's just so brutal to see. There was the fall from Noel that put Parallel into the 1v2 situation. Gravity cancel side signature from iThrow to KO that one. We are seeing no character swaps, no stance swaps either. Still base stance from Noel and Parallel, the defense stance from Pugsy, and the movement speed stance from iThrow. And we're going to a triplats map. 2 wasn't enough. They want more as we head to the Enigma.
It's interesting how much both of these teams apparently like these multi-platform maps. Generally speaking, North Americans like as few platforms as possible, but going to triplats and Miami Dome, very interesting.
Yeah, going to the Enigma here is definitely very apt because it is an enigma to me why anybody would choose this map. It can be very strange to play on.
It is nice. Again, we were talking about those sword recoveries, but at the same time, axe downlight. Really, really good on this map. Those soft platforms, again, they can feel safe. You want to land on them, and then something with a good anti-air just punishes you for it.
This really is just a good matchup between these two teams.
Yeah.
So many of the things between them are dead even, if not very, very close. Pugsy's going to find the first KO. That's going to be a full team wipe there. 1 for Pugsy, 1 for iThrow. We might see Team Canada starting to run away with this one. Though, again, the numbers last game for Noel and Parallel were very healthy. Now, Noel only picked up 1 kill, but he did like 600 plus damage.
I will say with this team comp from Noel and Parallel, usually you're looking for a lot of handoffs. You're usually looking for a lot of back and forth. And that's not really what we're seeing from this team. Instead, it's been generally kind of like 2 1v1s with the occasional pass back.
There are 3 swords on the field. Now there are 4 swords on the field. There's going to be a KO finally of Pugsy, but now we're starting to see what was worrying me yesterday. Noel taking a lot more damage than anyone else in this game. He's already in the red on his second stock. Meanwhile, Parallel is in, I don't even think he's orange yet, and everybody else is in the yellow. There he finally ticks orange, but that's the beginning side of that.
Yeah, you're not seeing this momentum swing back in favor of Team South, and at this rate, Team Canada is going to take another one. Noel trying to get to the weapon spawn, but immediately taken out again, the team wipe for Team Canada.
Now we're seeing from Pugsy and iThrow what we saw based on week 1, days 1 and 2.
Noel goes in, trying to punish iThrow. But man, they need a big swing. Team South needs to show their team combo potential. Otherwise, it's just going to be more trouble.
Noel was looking for the big play on top. You saw him chasing iThrow so high into the air, hoping for the gauntlet recovery to KO off the top in orange, but he didn't have enough.
You saw just there, just a little while ago, went for the D-Light Nair, and then opted for a side air read, just trying to shove iThrow off stage, trying to get a Gimp, but he's not finding the hits that he needs. Another side air, and Noel is gone. 4 stocks left for Team Canada.
And there is a real 4-stock potential here. You're seeing the ground pounds go in. Pugsy and iThrow taking turns, going in, and then hoping to punish Parallel when he tries to get away from their other teammate. That recovery is going to hit both members, send them flying, but they were still relatively together, so Parallel couldn't capitalize that and immediately punish someone. Gets through after that neutral light, didn't get punished by Pugsy.
Good chase dodge from Parallel. He's playing the 1v2. It's one. Oh, no punish, but still the neutral light comes out. Clash out works out in Parallel's favor. Everyone on final stocks, but man, Parallel, he's got to play the 2v1 of his life. Deep red here in game number 2.
Go for a hit, and then he kind of goes back over to the wall. That's his safe space right now. And you don't see Pugsy and iThrow going in as deep anymore. They're giving some respect to Parallel. They know that even though he's in red, anything can happen on the edge. You get caught in the wrong place, wrong time, but a recovery on the top platform. That was the wrong place at the wrong time for Parallel, or the right place at the right time for iThrow's recovery. That's a KO off the top. We see almost 500 damage from Parallel, 3 KOs. But again, Noel picked up 1 KO this time, but he only put out 299 damage. He was taken out of the game so early.
Team South is struggling in this 2v2, and it's all coming down to game number 3. If Team Canada wins this one, we go to the tiebreaker. Otherwise, Team South still has a dog in the 2v2 fight. What is the swap going to be? Are we going to see Parallel go back to the Thor, or is he like, hey, I'm doing my part with this Hattori. It's on Noel to make that adjustment. I don't know what the change is going to be, but it looks like Parallel's thinking long and hard about this one.
Yeah, I don't know. You bring up the exact point. It's kind of the one that Noel is the one lagging behind. It's not like Parallel needs the hammer for the earlier KOs and the higher consistent kill options, because he's still picking up his 3. He's not getting 4, he's not getting 5 or 6, but he's still picking up his 3 for all intents and purposes. He's also the one that is surviving longer. He's taking less damage, and he's taking it less quickly than Noel is. So it's kind of on Noel to step this one up. Parallel really thinking hard about this one, and he's coming in with the Jala pick. Level 47 to Pugsy's level 52 Finn.
This is a big risk play coming out from Parallel. Again, Jala, one of the lower defense legends. And the fact that Parallel has played a Thor, a Hattori, and a Jala, like that defense is just going down. But if he still plays like he's got the movement speed of Hattori, or like he's got the defense of a Thor, this could be trouble.
Now, he is going defense stance here compared to the base stance Hattori, so he's going to move that defense stat up from 3 to 4, which is going to match what he was doing with Hattori earlier. So he's not really going to feel any difference there.
Well, we'll see how well it pays out, because he does have the axe in hand, able to chunk a lot better. Those pickups, those 1 or 2 hits that he gets will be so much more effective. Nice neutral sig coming out from Parallel. But I'm watching Noel right now, and he is getting launched deep red on the left side.
Yeah, he's kind of getting pinballed back and forth. I throw with a nice follow-up off of Pugsy. The recovery not going to be the KO option. And that is a team. Oh, no, a team kill. Friendly Fire coming out with a neutral signature, taking out Noel. He is now the first one to lose his stock. Nice answer back quickly from Parallel. Also goes for the down signature in an attempt to hit I-Throw. Doesn't make contact, but we're reasonably even. A little bit more team damage coming out. That is something Noel cannot afford here.
Man, I'm getting the vibe that Parallel is playing this like he wants to 1v2. Like, he's not really playing around Noel. It's predominantly him just like, all right, I've got to play a 1v2. I got to just hit everyone.
And that could be part of the choice of the character swap. Like, he just wants to go in. He wants to do big work, big damage, SIGs that'll KO earlier. Like, he's playing the 1v2 already, not even worried about what Noel is going to do. We're continuing to not see too much follow-up from them compared to Team Canada here with Pugsy and I-Throw.
That could spell disaster or could spell success for Team South. So far, though, stock count even again. My eyes are on Noel, already in the red on these second stocks, and there it is. Pugsy with a neutral SIG. Could finish off Parallel. One dare. Weapon toss connects, and Parallel goes down.
You saw I-Throw completely disengage from that. He knew Pugsy had it. He was completely trusting his teammate, had weapons to toss at him. He went and maintained stage control from anything that was Noel coming to spawn in. He had weapon control as well. Parallel getting handled by Pugsy, and you see the rotation over for the follow-up off of I-Throw. Pugsy and I-Throw are just playing better together. I don't know if that's just that Canadian work coming together, if that's that Canadian connection, or what.
It does help that they are from the same region. They got drafted to the same region together. But there's a neutral signature to launch I-Throw out of this one. Final stocks here. It's going to take a lot of work for Team South, but they still have some stocks, some health to play with. Oh, Parallel gets disarmed. Nice follow-up from Pugsy. Parallel is gone.
Man, even when I-Throw misses and Noel gets through him and behind, Pugsy's ready for the follow-up, just like he was ready for the follow-up that just took Parallel out. This team is playing together.
Risky dodge there. Seeing the exclamation point come out, but there it is. Stomp side air, and Noel is gone. Team Canada going to win the 2v2s, and that means we're going to a tiebreaker.
And even though Parallel was taken out early, he still picked up 2 KOs, which is going to match what Noel was able to come out with. He's going to hit 498 damage, which is over 100 damage more than Noel was able to do, given a longer time in the game. Noel only did 396, so that's a little bit rough. Now, Parallel did also hit a team accident, which is going to put them in a little bit of a rough spot here, but the 2v2 is over and we are going to the tiebreaker, the question mark that we were all waiting for.
Yep, here we go. It's going to be the tiebreaker, the best of 3 to determine who's going to win it out for Team South and Team Canada. Both of these teams have gone the entirety of the Pro Series so far without winning against another region, and it all comes down to their anchors. Is it going to be Pierre, who's been doing all right in the crew battles, but we have not seen Pierre fight against Koslix, or is it going to be Koslix, who's been pretty historic in his 1v1 ability? I don't know who it's going to go to.
Now, historically, Pierre has a very unfavorable matchup throughout his career against Koslix, but he does have 9 dexterity on his side compared to the 2 dexterity that Koslix is coming out with. He takes a point out of that and puts it into movement speed. So he wants to be schmoovin' and groovin'. Meanwhile, Pierre still has 6 movement speed as well. So there will be some good schmovement coming out from Pierre too.
I think the stats that kind of concern me just slightly more is that 3 strength of the Lin Fei going up against the 7 on the Macho Man Randy Savage. That is going to be where we might see Pierre struggle, as he's like building up all this damage and he's hitting recoveries and they're just not leading to the knockout. Koslix, first one to pick up a weapon for the best of 3.
Now, Small Brawlhaven will give Pierre just a little bit of a break there. Those recoveries will kill a little bit earlier in red, mind you, compared to Koslix having all that strength on Small Brawlhaven means his side airs KO in orange.
He's going to be getting some quick kills, and he is so consistent at hitting those side light side airs. There's a down sig attempt from Kostlix. D-light side air, there you see, and one more of those, and we might see Pierre gone already. Has Kostlix in the yellow. Nice weapon toss to maintain that pressure. Caught him jumping, and Kostlix going to take the first stock.
He's only in the orange. 2 hits from the unarmed kit.
Nice.
That turned him red finally, that ground pound did. Neutral light going to bounce him off the main platform. If he picks that up on the corner, that could be the KO option. Neutral Sig's coming out. Pierre doesn't seem like a big downlight cannon player.
No, he's not looking for a lot of those downlight nairs that we see from all the other cannon players out there. Instead, well, there's one, but instead he's generally been going for the N-Sig. Looks like he wants the Katars for the damage build-up onto Kostlix. Just wants to juggle, delay that weapon spawn just a little bit. Cover, Kostlix able to pick it up.
He's going to hit the big unarmed side heavy, the big duff, big fist coming towards Pierre.
Ooh. Trying to read the downward movement throughout the down signature. Kostlix gets the punish. Neutral Sig launches.
That almost
One
KO'd.
more hit. Yeah.
That's straight out almost KO'd. He's in the beginning stages of orange. Now Pierre is red. Side air, yep, that's going to KO him.
There's the weapon spawn. Pierre picks up the cannon again. Kostlix with the 3-piece.
Good thing that Pierre went down over to the wall instead of trying to land on the main platform, because Kostlix would have been ready there with the punish. I believe the dodge was gone from Pierre, so that would have been the side air reads coming out. Would have been the KO. That KO'd! Oh my goodness!
Oh, that hurts the soul. Pierre gonna go down. Canada goes up 1. Kostlix 1 game away from putting Canada on the board.
Now that's Kostlix doing 506 damage. Average that out across the 3 stocks of Pierre. That's 168 damage. Why'd you say what?
Because we're seeing the swap from Pierre. No longer a Lin Fei main. It is time for the Rayman from Pierre.
Interesting choice here. I didn't happen to catch the level,
57.
but let me do, it was 57. Okay.
57.
So good time on this.
Yeah, we've seen the Rayman. I just wasn't expecting it at all with how much he's been playing Lin Fei throughout the entirety of the Pro Series. It kind of makes sense, right? X generally has a really good matchup into the Lance, so maybe that's what Pierre's going to be leaning on for this one.
Now the Rayman is his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th most played legend in Brawlhalla.
Oh, it's down six.
Nice one.
Okay, I like the GC. Oh, but the side air from Kostlix. Yeah, Pierre had to play out there. That Lance has a lot of horizontal movement, so Pierre had to try to finish it. Nice 3-piece, or 2-piece. Didn't quite get that third one. Left out a chicken nugget for him.
So we were seeing the down signature from Snowy earlier that he was almost doing just completely in place on the axe. Meanwhile, Pierre started that one on stage, and then you can control that, so he held left as he moved out into the push-off column, and he used that to KO. So he's using it differently than Snowy was earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement on both of the Rayman down signatures. Lots of control for it. Nice side air. Kostlix running out of movement. Does still get the wall touch, though. Again, Pierre going to just put the thread out. Oh, the chunk. D-like grab out. Pierre going to take the lead over Kostlix.
Pierre's Rayman is like 100 times cheekier than his Lin Fei.
Ooh.
It's like his attitude completely changes, and he becomes a Rayman player.
He locks in, he hears the yeah, and he's like, all right, it's go time. Here comes Rayman. But Kostlix does get the stock evener, and we're coming down to second stocks here between Team Canada and Team South. Sidelight in air.
Pierre's going to be the first one orange on this second stock, but Kostlix is not going to be too far behind him. That ground pound turned him orange. Hit that one as well, and the weapon toss. Going to charge that one up. There's the weapon toss. Oh, he just barely touches Pierre, and I think most other people watching right now thought that would have been the KO, but Kostlix just barely touches.
He was so close to dead, but the head was enough to touch the bottom of the stage. Koslix extends the stock. Nice recovery, not enough. Neutralite. Koslix again gets launched, but still the stock exists. There's the down sig. Pierre needs a little bit of extra credit to get that hope he needs for the final stocks and potentially game 3 against Koslix.
He's hit 2 of those now on Koslix. That's usually just something we see Rayman players throwing out over the corner just because, like, oh, you're playing Rayman? Yeah, you have gauntlets in hand? That's just what you just do that. That's how you play that character. But he's actually hitting them, and he's hitting them in unique and interesting places.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a specifically, like, Gauntlet down sig tracker for Pierre, it's 100% right now.
And as we know, there is not a signature tracker because it does not work. Sorry, Creed.
Recoveries from underneath. Yo, it's a hard thing to track, all right, to be fair. Koslix does have the damage advantage. Pierre can't punish the down air from Koslix. Oh, no. Pierre's starting to get launched. Still the weapon denial, sideline, side air, and Canada is going to go up over Team South. That will do it. Canada closes out the second week of the Pro Series 1-3. Team South currently 0-4.
There you're seeing in these replays, like, Pierre had a lead most of the game. He got the first stock. You almost saw him take that stock there. Pixels difference, and I think the outcome of that game would have been in favor of Pierre, except now on this final stock, Koslix comes in clutch and takes it out. That final stock was a huge difference maker as Koslix came out big.
Yeah, and that is going to be huge, closing out our weekend of Pro Series action. Of course, we still have more Pro Series action next weekend, and there you're seeing the overall standings updated for what just happened. Team Northeast currently up 4-0. Right behind them is Midwest at 3-1. MDVA tied with the Midwest at 3-1. Team Canada and Team West tied 1-3, and Team South currently sitting at 0-4.
Man, Team South, like a lot of schools down in the southern region, lagging behind a little bit.
Yeah,
unfortunately. But you know what? They have heart. I'm still loving watching Noel and Parallel. I don't know if they are a regular 2v2 team because I can't remember really seeing them on stream recently, but I kind of hope they go forward because they're playing pretty well together. If they can just work on that follow-up game, like their numbers separate are pretty good. They can be on the little bit of a rough side when you see Noel getting taken out early or Parallel taken out early. But if they work on that follow-up a little bit, that team chemistry, I think they have a really good chance of being a solid 2v2 team.
Yeah, I want to see them get that adjustment, just practice more with each other and get a feel for how they play alongside each other. And hopefully they'll have one last chance next week to get one on the board and hopefully not go 0-5 for the Pro Series. But for now, that will do it for the North American Pro Series Day 4. Of course, we highly recommend y'all go over to twitch.tv/Brawlhalla wherever you're watching and watch the esports dev stream on Monday because they're going to talk about what's going on the following week and with the final week of the Pro Series. Any final words, Sparky, before we let them all go?
Check brawlhalla.com/schedule. You can find that link by, do you hit schedule in chat?
I think exclamation schedule should do it.
Or you can just go to
schedule.
the URL. Or you can just use the URL that I just told you to find out when things are happening, when the stream is going to be, when the dev streams are specifically, because there are 3 dev streams a week, Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. If you want to see the highlights from this weekend, definitely pay attention to tomorrow. There also might be a rerun. Don't quote me on that. I have zero control or zero knowledge over whether that happens, but there might be a rerun tomorrow if you want to watch it in full, or if you want to catch up on some of those viewer rewards that you missed.
Yeah, but for now, that will do it. Thank you all for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and we'll catch you on the next one for the North American Pro Series. Good night, y'all.
One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money. I want wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if living at the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah.